Paul, Louise, and Carla had been waiting for this trip for many months. They planned it in detail more than a year ago. Yes, that's a long time, but when you're just a student, you have to wait a long time as you save little by little. The three of them loved hiking and mountain sports, and so they really wanted to visit the Swiss Alps. For more than a year, they reduced their social life and doubled their working hours, trying to save up the money they needed. Paul studied veterinary science in the mornings and served coffees in the afternoons. He worked at the university's cafeteria, and it's precisely there where he met his best friends, Louise and Carla. They were both a couple, and both studied physiotherapy. Having two friends who are a couple may seem a bit awkward, but in this case, the three of them complemented each other perfectly. Louise and Carla worked in Carla's mom's flower shop. Unlike Paul, Louise and Carla were from wealthy families, but they never received money out of nowhere. They had to work hard to earn every cent they wanted. One August afternoon, the three of them sat down to decide their end-of-studies travel destination. However, they didn't want to go with their other classmates. They wanted to go, only the three of them, and do whatever they wanted. They weighed different options in terms of price, but always ended up talking about going to the Alps. And so, after many days of debate, they made their decision. Their travel destination would be Europe. The three friends felt as if that year would never end. They even stopped hanging out as often since they needed to save up. On Saturdays, they would meet at night to eat dinner and watch a movie. And on weekdays, with classes and work, they had no time to do anything else. However, the months eventually passed, and they finally saw themselves on a plane that 8 hours later would leave them at the airport in Bern, Switzerland. They were ecstatic. The friends had rented out a house in the middle of the mountains. In the photos, it looked incredible, with a nice fireplace and comfortable sofas. Reaching the mountain house would be a bit difficult though. They also had to rent a car and had to spend a few hours driving. Doing that, after being in a plane for so long, was certainly not easy for them. But nothing would take away from them their desire of experiencing the vacation of their dreams. They drank 2 cups of coffee each and continued their journey. The road towards the mountain house was changing a lot the more they advanced. They chose that house knowing that they wanted to be isolated, but didn't imagine to what point they would actually be. They drove through a narrow road for more than an hour. Fortunately, they were carrying a lot of supplies with them, because it seemed that they wouldn't be finding any supermarket or anything of the sort near the mountain house. Once they finally arrived, they were completely impressed by the house. It was huge, similar to those medieval buildings where feudal lords used to live. It was surrounded by a huge garden filled with clay gnomes. And for a moment, Paul thought about how that site looked as if it were taken right out of an American Christmas movie. Beside the mountain house and its beautiful surroundings, the temperature had dropped around 10 degrees. They were finally in their long-desired mountain, and fresh air could be breathed everywhere. As soon as they arrived, they contacted the person in charge of giving them the keys to the house. It was hard finding an area with phone coverage there, but they found it. The real estate agent told them that it would be impossible to give them the keys in person, but that they made sure the group could still get them. They were stored in a compartment locked with a passcode. They introduced the code, and an old keychain fell in their hands. It had a master key, which they could use to open all the doors in the house. Once more, they all felt as if they were in a movie, especially when they finally opened the main entrance. The house was also enormous on the inside. When they rented it, they thought they would only be able to use their rooms at will. It seemed impossible that the real estate company would leave the whole place to them for that price. But it was true. They had the entire house all for themselves. They couldn't believe it, but were so tired that they all wanted to take a shower and then get into bed. The friends slept relatively well, and they all woke up the next morning feeling much better. However, for some reason, they also had nightmares that night. They blamed it on how incredibly tired they were the night before, and with that, they then started their day preparing a good breakfast. They had planned to follow a simple mountain route that day, as a warm-up, and also to get familiar with the surrounding area. However, when they were initially planning their daily itinerary, they thought they would use that first day to meet others living in the mountain, or maybe other people in the nearest town. They didn't expect to be absolutely isolated in that mountain. However, the group simply accepted their situation, and didn't let that ruin their first day of vacation. They changed into their sports clothes and localized the map of their first route on the phone. They hoped the slight coverage they were having would allow them to follow the app's directions. That was their only guide. To not lose any important items, they decided to leave the key in the passcode compartment, where they picked it up when they arrived. The trail they found as soon as they started their route was nothing short of incredible. As they were going up, the sights were getting more and more awesome. The beautiful nature of the place was offering the group a truly fantastic landscape. It caught their attention that it seemed that nobody had walked around that area in a long time. It was strange since that road was perfectly accessible, and the route was pretty simple to follow. At first, the phone was working perfectly, but as they were advancing, they were losing signal. However, they didn't let that stop them. The trail was easily visible, so not getting out of it was enough to get lost. On the way, the group also saw some sort of cabins which caught their attention. There was one every few meters, all of them looking exactly the same. Paul, the most curious of the three, didn't hesitate about getting a bit off the route to try to get into one of those cabins. But it was impossible. It had a huge lock on the door. He tried to get into other cabins, but saw they were all locked as well, so he finally gave up. All the locks seemed to be the same, and they were just like the ones they had at the house's entrance. However, they didn't give that much importance, and kept walking until they reached a fork on the trail. They stopped and started to debate about what to do next. The phone had no signal, and if they kept going forward, they were at risk of getting lost. Louise and Carla preferred to go back and study the way to follow another route the next day. Instead, Paul preferred to continue the adventure. And so, at the end, the couple won, and they all went back to the house following the same trail they used to go up the mountain. They were a bit disappointed. That was the easiest route, so if they didn't find a way to navigate around it, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The group received a nasty surprise when they got back. The house's entrance was wide open. Luis was the last one to get out, so the other friends scolded him for his carelessness. However, he was completely sure that he closed it. They checked their belongings, and fortunately none of them were missing. However, weirdly enough, they did find strange footprints. Paul claimed they seemed to belong to some sort of fox, but he wasn't sure. After that, each one took a shower. Then they prepared their lunch and spent the rest of the afternoon playing games and talking. They tried to call the real estate company a couple of times to see if they could help them out with the coverage issue. However, they were dumbfounded when an operator told them that that number no longer belonged to any customer. It was impossible. How could an entire real estate business just drop their phone number like that? This really got the friends worried. That agent was the only contact they had in the area, and taking into account how isolated they were, it was extremely important to have at least one contact. But now, they had nobody. However, despite how they were all feeling, they found something that night which helped them feel better. A map of the entire area. It had a few markings and crosses here and there, but it was perfect for them to navigate the area and finally do all the hiking they wanted. They went to sleep, and the nightmares came back. The three dreamed about wolves. The beasts were everywhere and then attacked them. However, what was the possibility of three people living together, having the exact same dream? In the morning, while everyone was eating breakfast, each one thought the other two were lying and pranking him or her. The group then grabbed their newly found map and went into the mountain. Everything was going well at first. The scenery was incredible, and the difficulty of the route was gradually increasing. They were so happy doing what they enjoyed doing the most. However, the first conflict soon ensued. The map seemed to be pretty old, and it wasn't very clear at certain points. That's when the three started to argue again. Paul was an adventurer, and he wanted to continue, while his two friends wanted to be more cautious. At the end, Paul decided to continue alone, while Louise and Carla decided to go back. The couple wouldn't stop worrying about their friend. They were afraid of him getting lost and not knowing how to come back, but they also knew how stubborn Paul was with things like that, so they had to let him go. When they got back to the house, the entrance was wide open again, but they had witnessed how Paul locked it correctly before they left. It was so strange. That was a huge gate, so it wasn't possible for the wind or a mountain animal to open it. And once more, they found strange footsteps all over the house. That really got Louise and Carla worried. The phone number of the real estate company was still not working, and they couldn't connect to the internet either. That place started to turn from amazing to really scary, but for the time being, the most important thing was waiting for Paul to come back safe and sound. High up in the mountain, Paul was enjoying the wonderful scenery. However, when he decided it was time to go back, a sudden change in weather caught him by surprise. Out of the blue, a heavy snowstorm broke out. He tried to go faster, since he didn't want to be in the middle of the mountain after getting dark. However, he was struggling to find the way back, since everything was now covered in snow. At the house, Luis and Carla looked at the sky even more worried. They considered going out to look for Paul, but they couldn't go very far without getting lost too, so they decided to keep waiting. They kept looking through the window, but Paul wasn't appearing. The young man was completely lost. He didn't know where to go, and could barely move his muscles due to the cold. But then, he saw what seemed to be a pretty large dog. In the middle of that storm, he couldn't distinguish well if it was a dog or a fox or even a wolf, but he thought that if he followed that animal, he could find a warm place to take refuge in. And amazingly, it was as if the animal was reading his thoughts. Every now and then, when Paul wasn't sure about what he was doing, the dog-like creature would turn its head around and look at him, as if saying, "Follow me." Then something incredible happened. The creature stepped in front of one of those strange cabins, and the door opened. Then it stepped aside, so that Paul could go in. There was some sort of bed in there, as well as a lit fireplace. Paul didn't understand what was going on, but he saw no other alternative but to stay there. But if he chose to stay outside in the snowstorm, he wouldn't survive either. The cabin was filled with crosses, as well as photographs of the mountain. It kind of looked like an altar, and he didn't know why, but he felt a deep sense of peace once inside the cabin. In contrast, things at the mountain house were getting worse. Luis and Carla locked themselves in the living room with the fireplace lit. It all started when they suddenly started to hear noises all around the house. It's as if someone was wrecking the entire place. They wanted to get out to see what was happening. But when Luis got up, he looked through the window and saw how the front of the house was filled with wolves. The couple were terrified. It looked like those beasts wanted to get into the house. They were hitting their heads on the door and were howling at the top of their lungs. That's when they thought that maybe one of the wolves managed to get into the house and was wrecking things upstairs. That's why they decided to lock themselves in the living room. They blocked the door with everything they found and cuddled in the sofa waiting and hoping for everything to pass. They couldn't believe that their dream vacation was turning out like that. Not to mention they were worried sick about their friend Paul. They thought that at that point he was probably dead, frozen under the snowstorm. Everything was going horribly, and they couldn't call anybody for help. At one point, Luis and Carla remembered that the car they rented was still in the garage. They thought that if they managed to get in it, they could drive off and look for help. The roads were covered in snow, but the car was equipped with snow chains as well, so they had a chance there. The couple tried to reach an agreement, but all the options available to them were dangerous. At the end, they decided to go their separate ways. Luis would get to the car to look for help, while Carla would stay and wait in case Paul came back. They said their goodbyes, as if that was the last time they would ever see each other again. They said "I love you" to one another, and as he could, Luis rushed from the living room's door to the stairs leading to the garage. He managed to get in the car and broke open the gate with it. He didn't want to waste any time. Unfortunately, he didn't take into account that doing so would give a way for the wolves to get into the house. Luis pressed the pedal to the metal, but immediately after had to slam on the brakes. In the middle of the front yard, surrounded by wolves, was an elderly woman. Her hair was completely white, and all of her clothes were black. With her left hand, she held a huge stick, which she used as a cane. Luis didn't know what to do, but he certainly didn't want to run her over. So arming himself with courage, Luis approached the old woman. He rolled down the window once he got close enough to her. The woman had dark and very wrinkly skin. She was looking to the ground, but addressed Luis by saying, "That is my home. Why did you go in?" Luis, dumbfounded, told her that they were just there on vacation and just wanted to do some hiking. Here, of all places? "Yeah, of course. Isn't this area famous for that?" The woman nodded and told him that if he followed the road, he would eventually bump into mountain rangers guarding the zone. However, Luis wasn't trusting her very much. What was an old woman doing all alone, in the middle of nowhere, and under a snowstorm no less? However, having no other options, he still accelerated and kept driving, set on finding help. Through the rearview mirror, he saw how the woman advanced towards the mountain house. Luis prayed that all the doors were locked and that strange woman wouldn't get in. As he was thinking that, another pack of wolves suddenly appeared in front of the vehicle. That was the end of Luis. He swerved trying to avoid them, but ended up driving off a cliff. The wolves soon found him at the bottom and completely devoured him. Not even his bones were left after that. Meanwhile, in the mountain, Paul fell asleep in that strange cabin. He was so tired that he couldn't stay awake. However, everything was turning out kind of well for him. He thought that his friends were safe at the mountain house. Worried about him, but safe. Paul didn't know how wrong he was. Carla was shaking in fear, huddled in a corner of the living room. A long time had passed since she last heard the wolves, and that made her feel even more anxious. She knew something bad was going on. She could almost sense it. A few seconds later, she heard someone started to hit the door that led to the garage stairs. She thought it could be Luis. However, she didn't dare to get out of the living room. Soon enough, someone started to hit the living room's door, and it wasn't Luis. If it was him, he would be yelling her name. Whomever it was hitting the door with a wooden object. Then she could hear wolf barks filling the place. They were all there behind the door. Carla couldn't stop shaking and was struggling not to faint. Fear was invading her with each passing second. There was no escape. She got away from the door as much as she could, but seeing how the door was shaking, she knew her end was near. In a few minutes, whomever was behind the door managed to break it down, but when it opened, Carla didn't see anybody there. A creepy silence reigned for a few seconds, and after a loud thud on the floor, a huge pack of wolves rushed into the living room, pouncing on Carla. Nothing was left of her body, only her hair, boots, and hardly anything else. On the other side of the door, that old woman with white hair now had a huge smile on her face. Only one remained. Paul, who kept sleeping innocently, ignorant of everything that had happened to his friends. And surprisingly, hours passed without anything bad happening to him. It was as if that strange animal from before had saved his life. Paul woke up after feeling the first rays of sunlight. The snowstorm had died out, so he tried to go back to the mountain house to tell his friends that he was fine. He couldn't wait to share his adventure with them and see their reactions. Paul walked for more than 3 hours, but he eventually reached the house and was startled to discover how the garage door was completely broken, and the car wasn't inside. He started to feel nervous. Everything around there was wrecked, as if an earthquake had just taken place. Paul rushed in. There were footprints everywhere, and 2 doors in the middle of the hall. He followed the tracks to the living room, and there, he saw whatever was left of Carla. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked everywhere, but couldn't see any more clues besides those footprints. There was no sign of Luis, so he imagined that he took the car. But why would he leave Carla all alone, thought Paul, and how would Paul even get out of there? He checked the entire house looking for anything that would help him understand what was going on. And then, he saw a bunch of photographs he didn't notice before, all of them showing an old woman surrounded by wolves. Those photos were all over the house, both inside and out. Always the same woman and the same wolves. Paul pondered about the dog-looking creature that saved him the previous night. It was similar looking to the wolves in the pictures, but he was sure it wasn't one of them. As he kept on pondering, Paul headed to the kitchen, which was the last room he hadn't checked. And there, he saw her, the same woman from the photographs. She was sitting down looking through the window. I was sure there was one left, and my puppies are still hungry. You should have known that the mountain wouldn't protect you forever. Paul understood that she was the one responsible for Carla's death. And then, a few seconds later, Paul was devoured by those beasts as the woman laughed and laughed in manic joy.
Today we bring you a fairly old creepypasta, but there are not many now. The one about don't go to an old McDonald's. Why? What are they hiding? Stay tuned our adaptation of the famous story. Hi everyone! Today I come to talk to you about something that you have been trying to cover up for a long time. And yes, it is about the world-famous Smiling Clown Burger Company. I am sure many of you have been to a current McDonald's, with its new McCafes, entertainment areas. But have you ever questioned why the store has begun to change? In recent years, McDonald's has embarked on the task of renovating all of its restaurants around the world. I'm sure some of you are thinking about how long it's been since you last set foot in an old venue. If you talk to someone who knows about marketing, you will hear something curious. The company has lost a good amount of money on this. The new furniture is not attracting more customers. Those interested argue that they want to create a more adult environment, a more sophisticated image for the classier public. Well, wrong answer. If you Google right now, what is the age group that McDonald's targets? To children and teens, of course. It has always been like this. So why embark on all these reforms? Why does one of the largest fast food corporations invest millions of dollars in such an unsuccessful marketing strategy? That's where the story gets interesting. Let's start with the play areas. If you remember correctly, there were rarely two identical entertainment areas in two McDonald's. Some were very funny, but others were quite dangerous too. The first story I found was about a carousel playground in Lancaster, Pennsylvania in the 80s. The place ended up closing a few months after it opened. Few explanations were given as to the reason for the closure. The place has been for sale since then. If you can contact the right people in Lancaster, you may be able to find an article that was never published. The children played on the carousel as normal. However, one day, several little ones managed to get under it, but they were never able to get out. The entire incident was carefully monitored by McDonald's PR department, so you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who was there that afternoon. The only witness who spoke said this: when they got under it, some parents started screaming for help. Then something happened to the lights. The carousel got brighter and brighter and the music became deafening. I ran out of the building when the machine started smoking. But I looked out the window again to see if the kids were okay, and the employees were standing there behind the registers. It looked like they were waiting for more customers. Strange stories have emerged from that place over the years. Reports of children sinking into ball pits that should only be a few inches deep. Mothers searching for their children in the tubular structures and finding only their pair of socks. But the play spaces weren't the only places where strange events were recorded. In 1996, in Knoxville, Tennessee, there was a businessman in his 40s who entered the bathrooms of a McDonald's and remained there for 7 long hours. Customers and workers commented that he refused to leave the place. Finally, they called the police and managed to force the door. The emergency services had to restrain him as he wasn't willing to leave the toilet. As they took him out, he began to exclaim, "Take me back! I want to go back!" But the moment he left the restaurant, he collapsed. He had no memory of ever having been to a McDonald's. The restaurant was closed before anyone could inspect the bathroom in which the individual had locked himself. However, some people who had entered claimed to have heard several voices whispering things along the lines of, "It wasn't him. We have to go back. I saw you smile." Then a story circulated that in Vermont, in 1990, an employee in charge of the fryer area entered the middle of the restaurant and doused himself with boiling oil. He showed no reaction nor uttered a single word. Some customers started laughing and spinning around with the burning oil, and they all ended up in the hospital. Only one survived, but he refused to comment. Well, he couldn't do it easily either because his throat was melted down to the esophagus and he had to undergo multiple surgeries. The store manager claimed not to remember ever hiring that person as a fryer, and he didn't appear in any official document. He stated that his ID didn't even have a name on it. It just had pound signs written on it. Once again, that old McDonald's was closed without a trace. Most of these stories sounded like urban legends to me. Every time I found a new one, McDonald's closed its doors. As the 2000s progressed, cover-ups became so common that McDonald's decided to tear them all down and rebuild them all. Well, almost all of them, because some were left untouched. I needed to see one in person, to know if it felt like a different energy or if it was just scary stories from the internet. There was a little town in Nebraska, near the highway. Maybe 100 people lived there, more or less. Completely cut off from the outside world, it seemed almost forgotten. You would never stop there if you don't live in that town, because there wasn't even a gas station, nor a rest area, nor a sign indicating that you were near that place. I had to do a little research to find where it was, as they had one of the few old McDonald's that still had its original look from the 1970s. I was surprised that there was a fast food restaurant in that area, when there wasn't even a supermarket. I planned a trip with a stop in Nebraska. It was already night and we were in the middle of winter, so it was very cold. I doubt I would have found that place before GPS phone existed, because the detour from the main road was a dirt road. No landmarks or anything. When I entered the town, I saw that none of the houses had their lights on. Even most of the streetlights were off, as if no one had remembered how to change the bulbs for years. It was as if that place had been frozen in time. I would be surprised if most of the residents hadn't moved away or even passed away. It certainly had all the signs of a ghost town. I was about to give up hope when I finally saw it. The yellow light from the golden arches illuminated an empty parking lot in the distance. It hummed and flickered like an electric fly swatter with dead batteries. The sign up ahead said, "Try the new Egg McMuffin. We love seeing you smile." I parked my car in the center of the parking lot without thinking too much about it because there was no one else there anyway. When I got out of the car, I noticed something sticky under my foot. There was a burger covered in mold and a dark liquid coming out of it. The smell was absolutely vomiting. I jumped to brush the remains of the burger off my shoe, but then I realized the entire parking lot was full of trash. There were boxes of half-eaten French fries and children's toys melted by the sun and soaked with grease from McDonald's bags. Everything was a mixture of dirt and snow, as if it had been there for months, maybe years. I hurried across the parking lot, trying to stave off the nausea that threatened to overtake me. As I approached the door, I saw that the windows were covered in dust. Someone had taped a piece of paper to the glass with the word "closed" scrawled in red marker. However, the sign hanging from inside clearly indicated that it was open. I approached the door cautiously and pushed it open. An artificial bell played, an old McDonald's tune that faltered in the last few notes as the door creaked. I looked around the room lit by fluorescent lights and realized that everything was empty. There was no one sitting at the tables or behind the counters. Someone had left a tray on one of the tables at the back, but there was no other sign that anyone had been there. The toys on display near the counter were of characters I had never heard of. Surely they were from a time before I was born. The entire place was covered in layers of faded paint in shades of yellow and red, and the tables had that wood finish so characteristic of a McDonald's. The wood appeared to be completely eaten away, but had been covered with layers of enamel in a sad attempt to maintain its original appearance. It all had a sort of greenish hue that I attributed to the old lights. However, what stood out the most, in my opinion, was an unpleasant burnt plastic smell that stung my nose. I approached the counter. As if there was someone present, I felt like I should make a request, although I also hoped I could ask some questions if there was someone to ask. I remained silent for about 15 minutes. I even shouted a hello, but only got a quiet echo in response. I had experienced bad service at some McDonald's in the past, but this was completely absurd. The place was very dirty, so I wasn't going to wait long. Just as I was about to turn around and give up, the cash register opened. It was almost like it was begging me to grab some money for myself. Besides, didn't I deserve a little reward for wasting my time? I crept closer and saw at least a dozen bills stacked up. I looked around to make sure I wasn't being watched. I bent down to grab some money, and in that instant, the box slammed shut on my fingers. The metal dug deep into my skin, leaving a dark trail of blood along the edge. I screamed in pain. At the other end of the counter, a first aid kit hung on the wall. The lights in the kitchen area were out, but I urgently needed a bandage. I jumped over the bar and headed towards the back. The burning smell became more intense as I went. I noticed that the grill was covered in a thick layer of grease, completely unusable. I passed by the fryer area and one of them was full of worms. I quickened my pace to get to the first aid kit, hoping to get a bandage and get out of there as quickly as possible. I was beginning to realize that this restaurant was definitely not in business and that maybe I shouldn't have gone in. I opened the first aid box and had to force myself to contain the vomit. A cloud of mold billowed in all directions when I opened it, accompanied by the same black substance I had seen in the burger I'd stepped on outside. I started coughing and waved my hands in the air to disperse the mold particles floating around me. The same bell that had rung upon entering, the one playing the McDonald's tune, began ringing again, forcing me to calm down. I assumed it was broken, like everything else in this disastrous place. I looked back at the counter and noticed that everything seemed more distant. I was probably disoriented due to the loss of blood and that unbearable smell. I looked down at my hand to examine the cut and my eyes widened. There was no injury. I started to run in panic towards the counter, but I tripped on something and fell. In the gloom, my eyes began to adjust and I made out the silhouette of a body. Someone was there underneath. Could it be that someone was unconscious and needed help? I pulled on his arm and a half-decomposed body slid across the floor. He was wearing a McDonald's uniform shirt and a padded tag in place of his name. His mouth was deformed, creating a sickly smile, but his eyes reflected desperation. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, like when you struggle to wake up from a nightmare. As I tried to stand up and approach the counter, the lights began to go out and the McDonald's tune grew louder and louder, the notes becoming high-pitched and distorted as they echoed. When I managed to get over the counter, I was paralyzed with horror. Since I had entered, I hadn't looked towards the opposite side of the restaurant where the games area was located. The glass that separated the restaurant from the children's area was covered with hundreds of bloody footprints sliding downwards. The slide was filled with stains of red liquid that cascaded down. At the bars, there were employee uniforms hanging with the same signs on their labels. The tables were surrounded by skeletons accompanied by rotten food on trays, some pieces of food hanging from their jaws. I watched in horror, so shocked that I found it impossible to move. As the rest of the restaurant fell into darkness, a light bulb in the center of the play area continued to shine like a beacon. Below it, there was a pool full of balls, barely able to contain all those colored plastic balls. From the center light bulb, smoke rose that made the eyes and throat sting, with the nauseating smell of burning plastic. Suddenly, the balls began to shake and fall over the edges, as if something inside them was moving. I wanted to run desperately, but my body refused to obey. Then, abruptly, the music stopped and the movement stopped completely. A yellow glove slowly emerged from the ball pit, its fingers twisted in a sinister dance. A sleeve followed in red and white, colors that slowly alternated as they emerged from below. The arm continued to rise towards the ceiling, higher and higher, and its joints creaked like breaking branches as they revealed themselves. When it was finally entirely visible, I saw that that arm was at least 2 meters long, extending in an exaggerated way. Once it reached the illuminated bulb in the ceiling, with its gloved fingers it began to twist it until it was loose. The room was plunged into darkness. In an instant, I broke into a run, knocking over chairs and jumping over the counter as I hurried to escape. The last light went out just as I reached the exit. I slammed the door, breaking the glass in the process. I rolled out into the parking lot, and in the dead silence, I heard a distant scream followed by a whisper that touched my ear. The whisper had the same distortion as the McDonald's tune. "Come back. I want to see you smile." I haven't told anyone what happened that night. I found an article online a few days later that said Orozco had been consumed by a fire that reduced everything to ashes. I don't know if that was a form of cover-up or if something more sinister occurred, but one thing's for sure. I will never go back to find out. In fact, I don't share this with the intention of getting you involved. I do this to warn you about the consequences of doing so. If you decide to visit another new McDonald's and buy a Big Mac or have a drink at the Mac Cafe, you'll be fine. They have taken steps to make those places safe, at least for now. But under no circumstances should you ever think of entering an old McDonald's. Hello, my name is John. Today I need to vent and tell my story. Years ago, I met Anna. We were 2 young people who seemed destined to be together. We spent hours talking about our dreams, sharing laughter, and exploring a world full of possibilities. The spark between us was undeniable, and the attraction and passion grew more every day. We ended up together and got married. The wedding was an unforgettable day for both of us. I can't describe what I felt when I realized that we would be together forever. I would be her partner and she would be mine until the end of her days. However, as it happens in many relationships, over time cracks began to appear. At first, these were small discrepancies in our opinions and tastes. But soon I noticed that Anna was beginning to distance herself. Deep, passionate conversations became rarer, replaced by awkward silences and monosyllabic responses. She seemed lost in thought, and although my intuition told me something was wrong, I held on to the belief that our relationship could overcome any obstacle. One of the first warning signs was his sudden interest in spending more time away from home. Her work meetings became more and more frequent, and the hours she spent away extended into the night. And no, don't call me sexist or old or tell me that I didn't trust my wife, because I know you're thinking that. I tried to stay calm, trusting that she had reasons for being gone for so long. But the shadow of doubt was already hanging over our relationship. One night, when Anna returned home after one of her supposed meetings, I noticed her averted gaze and trembling hands. I asked her about her day, and she was evasive. My suspicions grew, but I didn't want to think about the possibility that she was being unfaithful to me. The evidence of her deception slowly began to accumulate. I discovered a perfume on her clothes that I didn't recognize, and on one occasion, I found a small hoop earring in the back seat of her car. I knew it wasn't hers. I'm very observant, and she always wore big, colorful earrings. When I presented this evidence to her, Anna always had an excuse ready. The perfume was a gift from a friend, and the earring must have fallen from a coworker. Despite these signs, my love for my wife was so deep that I refused to accept the reality before my eyes. I believed in the sincerity of her words, but I didn't ignore the mysterious calls she received late at night. That her phone was always on silent, or that when she had it in her hands, she would walk away from me as if she were hiding something. Every message or call increased my worry. Confirmation of her infidelity came when one day, while she was showering, I went to her laptop to look for a bill that had arrived in her email. Searching for the document I needed, I found a message that took my breath away. It was a compromising email from an unnamed sender. The content detailed secret encounters and passionate adventures. My hand shook as I read each word, and the pain I felt was unbearable. I felt guilty for invading her privacy, but my need for answers was overwhelming. I couldn't resist the temptation and sent a message, pretending to be her. What I received in return was a curt response. I got the impression that that person knew Anna very well. I knew it wasn't her, perhaps because of my way of writing. I couldn't contain myself, and I told my wife. And once again, Anna managed to convince me that it was spam or some kind of bad joke. She assured me that she didn't know who had written that to her, and indeed, she hadn't answered it. I desperately wanted to believe her. Although the evidence of her infidelity was evident, my love for Anna was a chain that kept me trapped in a relationship that was slowly falling apart. The struggle between what I knew and what I wanted created a constant tension within me, and reality mixed with denial in a whirlpool that seemed to have no end. My mornings and breakfast alone began with the same question in mind. Where had Anna been last night? Her response when I got it was usually vague and evasive. She said she had work meetings or impromptu dinners with friends who needed her support. But the lack of details and her nervous demeanor were telling. So like a detective, I've begun my search for answers. The first step was to find out what she was hiding on her phone. It wasn't easy, as she almost never left it unattended, and on the few opportunities I had, I scanned it for suspicious messages or calls. But she was clever, erasing any compromising traces and keeping her main apps locked with a password. So I started following their social media closely. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. No platform was safe from my scrutiny. Anna used to be very active, sharing photos, stories, and details of her life. However, I noticed that she had started to be more cautious. Her photos were more ambiguous, and her interactions had become more private. Mysterious comments or likes began to appear on her posts, which increased my suspicions. My heart was pounding, but I knew I needed more than a like on a photo to confront an argument like that with my wife. One afternoon, after another day full of doubts and suspicions, I decided to seek support from someone I could trust. My sister-in-law, Marta, my brother's wife. I had always had a close relationship with her, and I knew I could count on her advice if difficult times. So after taking a deep breath, I decided to call her and ask her to meet me. We met in a cozy little cafe that we used to go to on occasions. Marta immediately noticed the concern on my face and asked me what was happening. I was hesitant at first, but finally decided to open up and tell her everything. "Marta, I need to talk to you about something that is destroying me inside," I said with a broken voice. She looked at me worriedly and shakily and encouraged me to continue. I explained in detail everything that was happening in my marriage to Anna, from the signs of her infidelity to my failed attempts to get answers. Marta listened attentively, nodding silently as she spoke. When I finished telling my story, she took my hand understandingly. "John, I'm so sorry you're going through this. It must be incredibly difficult," she said empathetically. I nodded sadly. "It is, Marta. I'm caught between what I know and what I want to believe. I don't want to lose Anna, but I also can't ignore all the evidence I find every day." Marta sighed and looked deeply into my eyes. She told me that trust was essential in a marriage. But what could I do? Rather, what should I do? I grabbed a tissue to wipe away all the tears that were on my face. My sister-in-law pondered for a moment and then spoke calmly. She told me that communication was key in any relationship. She encouraged me to tell her how I felt and to listen to her response. Because sometimes things weren't what they seemed. I looked at her, grateful for her advice. "You're right, communication is key. But what do I do if she keeps denying everything?" Marta smiled at me and assured me that everything would be fine. She was sure that my wife would not be unfaithful to me. The truth is that her words calmed me a lot, because in addition to having a very good relationship with me, she also knew Anna well. Although it had been several months since the four of us had been together with my brother, she could give me advice and better understand what was going on in my wife's head, after all. She was also a woman, and there was a special connection between them, which was sometimes incomprehensible among men. I appreciated the support and trust that Marta gave me. I felt a little relief thinking that maybe my paranoia was exaggerating things. I decided to follow her advice and try to talk openly and honestly with my wife. After a conversation, I felt stronger and determined to deal with the situation in an adult way. The next few days were difficult as I waited for an opportunity to have that crucial conversation with her. Suspicions were still running through my head, but I tried to stay calm and not jump to conclusions. My goal was to solve our problems, not accuse without solid evidence. Finally, one afternoon, while Anna and I were sharing dinner at home, I found the right moment to broach the topic. I took a deep breath and told her that we had to talk, that I had noticed that things were a little complicated lately, and I couldn't continue with so many doubts. She looked at me with surprise, as if she wasn't expecting that conversation. I explained to her how distant I had felt from her in recent months, and how suspicions of infidelity had begun to affect our relationship. I asked her to be honest with me and share her feelings. She seemed uncomfortable, but finally started talking and assured me that there was no extramarital affair. I decided to trust her sincerity. I accepted that, as Marta had suggested, perhaps things weren't what they seemed. Over the next few weeks, Anna and I worked on rebuilding our relationship. We openly communicated our needs and concerns and began spending more time together. It seemed that things were gradually improving, and my hope that we could overcome this crisis grew day by day. However, one night, as I was leaving the house in search of some fresh air to clean my head, something happened that changed everything again. While walking through a vacant lot near our neighborhood, I saw a car parked in a secluded corner. As I approached it, I recognized Marta's car, my sister-in-law. Intrigued, I slowly approached the vehicle, thinking there might have been some problem. It was a strange place and time to be there, so I didn't hesitate to check out how she was. But what I saw through the car window left me completely stunned and frozen to the spot. Inside the car, I saw Anna and Marta both naked. They were in an intimate and compromising situation that I could not believe. My heart sunk and a wave of emotions washed over me. I was paralyzed, unable to process what I was seeing. Those furtive glances, that intensity with which they touched each other, their bodies, naked and intertwined inside the car, gave off a burning desire that was palpable even from outside. They embraced each other with unbridled passion, their hands eagerly covering every inch of the other's skin. Sighs escaped their lips as they gave themselves over completely to the lust of the moment. Tears filled my eyes as I watched the scene, feeling doubly betrayed and hurt. First for my wife, but also for my sister-in-law, who had deceived me in that hypocritical way with that advice, trying to guide my attention elsewhere. After all, on that afternoon of confessions in the cafe, I had been telling her my worries and looking into the eyes of my wife's lover. She had laughed in my face. I couldn't understand how they could have come to this. My mind was blank and I didn't know what to do. My hands shook as I watched the betrayal unfold before my eyes. My mind was filled with the whirlwind of emotions. Anger, sadness, confusion. I didn't know how to react, but fury began to grow inside me like a ravenous flame. I walked away from the car in a state of shock, trying to process what I had just witnessed. The images of Anna and Marta remained etched in my mind, torturing me mercilessly. When I returned home, the tension in the air was palpable. Anna must have noticed something was wrong, but I didn't mention anything she had seen. Instead, I chose to wait and plan my revenge calmly. The betrayal was so deep that I felt I couldn't sit idly by. I needed to make them pay for their deception. I'd realized that justice wouldn't be enough. I wanted to see them suffer as much as I was. I began to devise an elaborate plan to make them pay for their actions, one that would plunge them into terror and despair. The next night, I followed my wife in the car to a jazz bar in the center of the city. She was dressed in a sensual outfit, very different from her usual style. I saw how she met Marta in the entrance, exchanging smiles and looking full of desire. How naive I felt. If I had seen that image 1,000 times before, it would never have crossed my mind that they had a secret relationship. I got out of the car and, dressed in a raincoat and a hat, I decided to follow them into the bar. I didn't know what I was going to do when I saw them, but my body pushed me to confirm that my eyes hadn't deceived me that night. The inside of the bar was quite dark, but it wasn't difficult for me to find them. My heart pounded in my chest as I blended into the crowd, trying to blend in. The soft music and lights created a very romantic atmosphere. I sat in the corner, watching their every move. Then I reached into my pocket and noticed I had a knife. I didn't even remember when I had left it there. My mind was filled with a mixture of terror and anguish. How had our relationship gotten to that point? When I saw them putting on their coats to go out, I got ready to do it too. I followed them to their car and surprised them. I tied them violently with a sadistic smile on my face. I revealed to them all the evidence I had accumulated and promised them that they would suffer the same pain and humiliation that I had experienced. I took them home, and in the basement for days I subjected them to unimaginable physical and psychological torture. Their pleas and screams echoed between the four walls, but I was blinded by hatred and the thirst for revenge. The horror they experienced at my hands became an endless nightmare. I started by cutting my sister-in-law's hair. I shaved it to zero, leaving her bald. Then I continued with my wife. I looked at them with tears and asked them if they were still attracted to each other. But it was not enough for me. I continued cutting off one ear so that they could no longer hear themselves, then several fingers, so that their dirty and treacherous hands could no longer be felt. I was ready to continue with the eyes, to take away the sight that had allowed them to meet and seduce each other. But I collapsed. Despite all that, the satisfaction I expected to feel never came. Instead, I found myself mired in an abyss of guilt and despair. What I had done hadn't brought me the peace I sought, but had worsened my own inner darkness. My hands were stained with blood. I didn't recognize myself. Finally, unable to bear the agony any longer, I decided to free them both. I would set them free, but their lives would be marked by the trauma I had inflicted on them. I knew they could never be the same again, just like me. I should have resolved it differently, told her things clearly, and let her go with another woman if that made her happy. My obsession with revenge had turned me into a monster, and now I was faced with the consequences of my actions. Trembling, the two cried and hacked each other with their bloody, fingerless hands, running their palms over each other's cheeks and telling each other that everything would be okay. I sat there, staring at them while they helped cover the bleeding that was getting bigger and bigger. When they were about to walk out of the door, Anna turned to look at me one last time, with hatred in her eyes, and I had to do it. I was selfish, yes. I couldn't stand the idea of the two of them rebuilding a happy life together, loving each other, while I rotted behind bars. Was I going to turn myself into the police? Yes, but at the last moment, I decided to grab a pen and paper and tell you this story and ask you, what would you have done? I grabbed my wife's corpse, caressed her head, so soft and hairless for the last time. She was still as beautiful as the day I met her. And hugging her, I shot my temple, ending my torment. The town of Meanwich, shrouded in the mist of night, seemed unchanged in its tranquility. The stars were visible in the sky, and the sound of the leaves on the trees was the only music that broke the silence. However, that stillness was about to disappear due to all the darkness that was heading towards the place. The story begins with John, a man who lived in a house in the outskirts of town, with his wife Sarah and their little son Ethan. The family had chosen Meanwich to escape the hassle and bustle of the city and enjoy a quiet life. But the last few weeks had seen an unsettling change in their home. Sarah had begun to show strange symptoms of discomfort. Her skin had paled, her once radiant eyes were dull, and her voice had lost its sweetness. John, worried about his wife's health, insisted she go to the town doctor. However, each visit to the clinic seemed pointless, as the doctor found nothing out of the ordinary, and defined the symptoms as simple temporary ailments. The man's concern became an obsession as Sarah experienced even greater changes. She began to lose weight rapidly and her appetite completely faded. When they were in bed, nightmares took over, and her eyes filled with terror as she was trapped in terrible dreams. One night, while Sarah was still sleeping in bed, John couldn't help but inspect her abdomen. Carefully, he lifted her pajama top and examined her belly. What he found took his breath away. A strange, hard lump, as if something was growing under her skin. His thoughts were filled with fear and confusion as he observed the mysterious deformity on his wife's body. Would it be cancer? That had to be a tumor, and the worst thing is that it didn't look benign, quite the opposite. Determined to understand what was happening, he began searching the internet for answers. After going through several oncology pages, the description of the symptoms ended up taking him to forums, where several people described the same symptoms in one of their relatives. Nobody offered them help or found a solution. Everything seemed to indicate that they were facing a new unknown disease. The following day, Sarah's little appetite disappeared and a voracious hunger awoke in her. She didn't stop eating. She ate and ate, but nothing satisfied her. She spent the day hungry, and he became frustrated at not being able to fill the emptiness she felt. Fear gripped John more and more as he watched helplessly as Sarah's health deteriorated. The lump in her abdomen continued to grow. They sought help from doctors and specialists in nearby hospitals, but none could offer an explanation for the strange symptoms. The husband's concern reached its peak when one night, while lying next to his wife, he felt something move in her belly. He watched in shock as a lump emerged from Sarah's skin, as if something was trying to force its way from inside. Pregnant? No way! That could not be a baby. He quickly phoned his childhood best friend Emily, who worked as a microbiologist. She was his only hope of discovering the truth behind his wife's transformation. He apologized for disturbing her at that time of night and assured her that he was desperate. Emily, on the other side, was changing her pajamas into jeans and a t-shirt, assuring him that she would leave immediately. In a few hours, she would be in his home. When Emily arrived, she did so in a special waterproof suit. Her body was protected from top to bottom with a type of diver like that of an astronaut, with gloves, boots, hood, mask, and protective glasses. She gave her friend a pair of kids just like hers, for him and his son, and asked him to put the little boy in the car. Emily seemed not to be surprised. She showed that she knew what she was facing. John did everything his friend asked. He got dressed, took his little boy out of bed and locked him in the car, assuring him that his mother had a very contagious virus and that he should wait there so they wouldn't all get sick. Afterwards, he returned to his friend. She asked him to stay outside because if that was what she believed, it was going to be something very shocking. She had already called the infectious diseases service, and in no time all the scientific staff would arrive. He asked her for answers. What virus did his wife have? Was he also infected? She looked at him very seriously and said, "This is not a virus, John. It's something much worse. I can't tell you anything. The government wouldn't allow it." He understood less and less. What did the government have to do with all of that? There were normal, ordinary people who lived in the countryside. They didn't even socialize with more than 4 neighbors. They spent their days among enormous plantations and orchards that they themselves took care of. Emily, protected by her biosafety suit, cautiously entered the room where Sarah was sleeping. The first thing she did was inject her with a sedative to make sure she wouldn't wake up and get up. A few minutes later, the infectious disease security services rang at the door, all dressed in their protective suits. They greeted John and he guided them to the room where Emily and his wife were waiting for them. He stayed outside. They did not allow him to stay inside. However, thanks to the fact that they had not left the door completely closed, he was able to see what they were doing through a small space. Unable to understand the situation, his mind was filled with questions and he feared for his wife's safety. Emily examined Sarah carefully. The bulge on her abdomen was clearly visible under the skin. With a worried look and with the approval of the other health workers, Emily took samples of the strange lump and performed preliminary tests on the spot, trying to obtain any clue that could confirm what was happening. Sarah, although unconscious, showed signs of a profound and disturbing transformation. Something was taking control of her body from within. Finally, Emily left the room and approached John, who was eagerly wanting to know what was happening. She explained the seriousness of the situation and how his wife was being consumed. Emily was scared, and her words echoed in John's mind. For several months, they had been obtaining samples of people infected with something they believed to be parasites. At first, they thought it was something similar to worms, like tapeworm, and that they lived in the digestive system of people, feeding on what they ate and creating such exaggerated hunger and extreme thinness. But from the latest studies, they were quite wrong. State intelligence, together with NASA, had detected the infiltration of alien beings. They were quite small in size, similar to 1 or 2-year-old children. To take control of the Earth, they had begun to enter the bodies of various human beings and consume their lives. Through what they ate, their organism became stronger, and little by little, the person who had become a guest lost the will of their actions and feelings until they ended up completely empty. All his intelligence and energy was absorbed by the creature, managing to reproduce. And once it had completed its mission in that body, it left it through the abdomen and entered the body of another person to begin a new reproduction process. John was horrified by the story he was hearing, but something inside him told him that Emily was right. The strange bulge in Sarah's abdomen and her increasingly strange behavior seemed to fit the description of those aliens. "What can we do to stop this?" John asked. Emily sighed deeply. "I don't know, John. We haven't found an effective way to combat these beings. They're highly aggressive and apparently reproduce inside human bodies before moving on to others. What is clear is that we cannot allow this to continue." The specialists finished their examinations and left the room. They turned to John and Emily to inform them that they needed to take Sarah to a high-security facility for further investigation. The husband, despite his concern, nodded. The group of specialists took Sarah to the laboratory, where they continued their test in a controlled environment. The room was surrounded by thick glass that allowed one to observe the interior without risk of a contagion. John looked worriedly at his wife as doctors put her through a series of tests and scans. He begged them to let him in. He needed to be with his wife at all times, but they refused due to the high danger. Finally, after much insistence, they gave in to letting him see the entire procedure through the windows. There he would be safe. John, anxious and desperate, looked through the glass with his heart in his hand as Sarah lay unconscious on the stretcher. One of the specialists grabbed a scalpel and proceeded to make an opening in the woman's abdomen. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the room as one of the doctors staggered and fell to the floor. Surprise and chaos took over the place while the others tried to help their partner. Everything began to fill with blood and John couldn't know what was happening. He pounded on the glass frantically. "Let me in! What's going on with my wife?" Suddenly, he could see it, and what he saw through the glass took his breath away. Two horrible creatures writhed and emerged from Sarah's abdomen. Emily arrived just at that moment and grabbed her friend while also observing in shock and terror what was happening in the room. The doctors in the examination room were struggling to remain calm as they tried to contain the situation. But before they could react, the creatures emerged with frightening violence. The two aliens, grotesque and disgusting looking, broke free from Sarah's body. They had bulbous heads and dark, beady eyes. Their limbs were long and thin, and their bodies were covered in a slimy substance. They attacked the doctors nearby, tearing their groins and scratching their bodies. Horror unleashed in the laboratory as the specialists screamed in panic and pain. The creatures entered the bodies of two of them. John was paralyzed with fear as he watched the men being invaded and controlled by those alien creatures. The other doctors headed to the door to try to escape. But then, Emily reacted urgently and touched the button that locked the doors, preventing them from leaving. The doctors looked at them through the glass, imploring them to let them out. While their two companions contracted on the floor and the creatures devoured them from the inside and took control of their entire bodies. Everything had been filled with blood and screams, but John could only see his wife's open, bleeding body on the stretcher. The vital signs were no longer showing on the screen. She had died. Those creatures had stolen the most valuable thing in his life. Emily grabbed John and dragged him toward the exit. "We have to get out of here now!" she exclaimed. "We can't do anything for them. We must escape before it's too late for us too." They ran out of the laboratory and alerted their security guards about the situation inside. The door was sealed and alarms echoed in the hallway. The reproduction of those aliens was multiplying, and Emily knew that they had to find a way to stop it before it was too late. John was in shock, unable to fully process what he had witnessed, but something made him continue forward. He had to help his son. So the first thing they did was go out of the car to look for the little one, and with him in their arms, they returned to the center to find answers. They headed to the central control room. As they examined the records and collected samples, Emily explained more details about the alien invasion to John. A couple of months ago, she had met with Dr. Marcus Reynolds, a renowned ufologist and retired NASA scientist. He shared his strange findings with her. He had been investigating several UFO sightings and reports of unexplained disappearance of people in the region. He had discovered that incidents had increased in recent weeks. His inquiries had taken him to an abandoned cabin on the outskirts where he found evidence that something or someone had been worshipping those aliens for generations. On the walls were carvings and symbols that told the story of the aliens' arrival on Earth and their purpose to replace humanity. The discovery of the abandoned cabin left Dr. Reynolds speechless. The symbols revealed a terrifying story. These aliens had been stalking humanity for generations, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves and take control. Determined to face that threat, the doctor continued his research. To discover more, he established a kind of hidden camp in the outskirts, waiting for an opportunity to confront those beings. One night, while observing the starry sky, he saw a series of blinking lights in formation. A fleet of alien ships slowly descending towards the town. The last thing Emily knew about the doctor was that he was going to notify the government and NASA what was happening. After that, she lost communication with him. Either the aliens had overpowered him, or the government had gotten him out of the way before chaos reigned throughout the population. As Emily continued to review the samples, she told John that although she didn't have enough evidence, she believed that these aliens were vulnerable to certain types of ultraviolet radiation, similar to solar radiation, but in much higher concentrations. In the tests she had performed in her laboratory, she had obtained results where the cells had weakened. The key was finding a way to apply that radiation effectively. They left the control room and headed to the scientific equipment warehouse. While searching, they encountered a group of investigators who had heard the emergency alarm and were looking for an exit. Emily explained the situation and her plan to stop the creatures. Together, they searched for the necessary equipment and gathered it into a cart. Once they had everything they needed, they headed to the area where the creatures were. When they arrived at the sealed laboratory, they saw that the beings had multiplied, leaving all the doctors unconscious. Emily and John entered with the special protective equipment, activated the ultraviolet radiation devices, and began exposing the creatures to the intense light. The aliens reacted with pain and began to weaken, but they weren't going to give up easily. They tried to attack Emily and John, but the two stood their ground, holding the devices. As they fought, Emily noticed that the creatures were especially vulnerable when outside their host bodies. So they guided the radiation devices directly to the doctors to force the creatures out. Once all those beings were weak, the rest of the scientists entered and placed them in glass containers. Emily and John had stopped the alien invasion, at least for now, because they were sure that there were more people with those creatures inside them. The entire town was facing an unknown threat that lurked in every corner. Young people, children, old people, no one was safe. No one could know if their family member or friend was the host of that terror until it was too late. The fight against the alien invasion was far from over, but Emily and John, with the help of scientists and authorities, were determined to find a way to completely eradicate the creatures and protect all their families. Together, they would face an enemy that had been lurking in the shadows for generations, hoping to save the entire world from alien domination. Sarah had gotten a new job in a small town and was looking for a home. The young woman was evaluating several housing offers when a local man approached her.
"Excuse me, miss," the man began. "I hear you're looking for a house. I can't help but think of a property north of town, about a scant 10-minute walk from here. It's beautiful, and people have told me that the house is at an incredible price."
Sarah looked interested, but the man's expression turned grim as he continued.
"However, the reason for its affordability is a tragedy that occurred there just 2 months ago. It belongs to a man known as Mr. Ming. 3 years ago, he lost his wife to illness. Since then, he fell into a deep depression while caring for his only son."
The villager's eyes clouded and his voice took on a deeper tone.
"They say that misfortune broke out when Mr. Ming's son took a bracelet that had belonged to his deceased mother. The father found out and, upon returning home, locked his son in the bathroom and brutally hit his arm with a hammer, the same arm where he carried the jewel."
Sarah's gaze was filled with horror as she imagined such a scene. The villager's voice cracked as he continued to recount the dark details.
"The only certainty we have is that Mr. Ming was arrested and confessed to having murdered his son, burying him in a nearby mountain. However, everything happened in the dead of night, and he doesn't remember precisely the exact location. Despite an extensive search by authorities, the child's body was never found. The villagers' words left her uneasy, but also aroused her curiosity. The house, with its tragic history, exerted a strange attraction on her, like a mystery to be revealed. She decided to talk to the real estate agency to find out the price and see it. It had all the necessary points to choose it: good location, large, and a good price. So she didn't think about it anymore and decided to rent Mr. Ming's house. The days passed quietly for Sarah at her new job. The small village was friendly and welcoming, and her job was perfect. Her partner, Amanda, became her best friend, sharing laughter and conversation as they accomplished their tasks. One day, while they were finishing their day, Amanda invited her to spend the rest of the afternoon together at her apartment. They could watch a movie, chat, and even play some music. Although she warned her that her neighbors were quite picky about noise, they had to be careful and control the volume. Sarah smiled and suggested that they go to her house. There, they wouldn't have complaints about the noise. Her friend seemed uneasy, and her gaze became serious. She was a little afraid to enter that house after the rumors that were circulating in the town. But Sarah reassured her by playing it off. She assured her that these were just urban legends created to scare children. She had been installed for several days, and there was nothing strange about it. Amanda still seemed reluctant, but finally agreed at her friend's insistence. When they arrived, Sarah went into her room to change her clothes and noticed that there was a big draft inside. She remembered having meticulously closed each of the windows. Suddenly, the bathroom door in her room slammed shut, making the young woman jump in fright. With unsteady steps, she approached inside and took the opportunity to clean her face with cold water. When she turned off the tap, she heard strange and mysterious knocks. A click, click that resonated without being able to determine its origin. Furthermore, a nauseating smell began to fill the air, as if something was rotting. Sarah's senses were heightened by these strange phenomena. The draft of cold air, the disturbing slam on the door, and the mysterious sounds made her shiver uncontrollably. She returned to the living room where her friend was waiting for her and explained what had happened. Amanda nodded seriously and said, "That must be the boy's spirit. Makes sense, doesn't it? His father killed him in that bathroom." Sarah remained unconvinced by the stories about the ghost boy, but the uneasy feeling persisted. After a brief silence, she decided to ask her to stay the night with her that day. Amanda didn't love the idea, but seeing that her friend was scared, she finally agreed. Upon entering the room, Amanda immediately noticed the unusual cold and draft. Suddenly, the bathroom door slammed shut, causing the two young women to simultaneously scream. Alarmed, they headed to the bathroom, where the bad smell Sarah had mentioned was noticeable in the air. Although they didn't hear the mysterious noises, the heavy atmosphere and the stench of rot made it clear that something unusual was happening. They decided to spend the night in separate rooms. Sarah curled up in her bed while Amanda settled in the living room, away from the bathroom that had sparked her concern. The clock ticked slowly, and when the hands showed 4 a.m., Sarah woke up startled by the frigid air flowing under the bathroom door, even though it was firmly closed. Sarah covered herself with a blanket and got up. As she was about to touch the knob, a heartbreaking cry echoed from inside the room. She quickly headed to the living room where Amanda was resting. With her heart pounding, Sarah shared with her what had happened. She asked her friend to accompany her to the bathroom to listen to the cries that had filled the room. But Amanda resisted, regretting having given in to spending the night there. She remained firm in her belief that the boy's spirit had haunted the house since his father had killed him. She feared that angering the spirits would be a terrible thing, and she advised her to find another place to live and leave the little boy's soul in peace. However, Sarah explained the difficult economic situation she was in. She couldn't afford to look for another home. Amanda, fighting her fears and doubts, finally agreed. They both left the living room and headed to the room where the inexplicable events had occurred. When they approached the bathroom door, they heard nothing. Only the cold wind that blew under the door.
Amanda looked at Sarah, who claimed that she had heard a child's cries. She tried to console her by suggesting that perhaps it had been a nightmare, but the young woman was sure of what she had heard. It had not been the fruit of her imagination. With slow steps and clasped hands, they moved fearfully towards the bathroom door, tense for what they might find behind it. Upon arrival, Sarah, driven by a mix of bravery and desperation, flung open the door and turned on the bathroom light. Amanda, covering her eyes with one hand, looked through her fingers. However, to their surprise, they found absolutely nothing and no one. Everything was in order. Amanda sighed in relief and released Sarah's hand, both of them having left nail marks due to the previous tension. In an apologetic tone, Amanda acknowledged that she had been the one who had disturbed her with the story of Mr. Ming's son and that, in the end, it had only succeeded in frightening her and giving her nightmares. For her part, Sarah also apologized to her friend for having woken her up in vain, admitting that at that moment she had felt real fear. The two hugged each other and wished each other good night. Before going to bed, Sarah turned on the faucet and cooled her face to remove the sweat. However, her brief relief faded as soon as she heard the disturbing click, click she had heard earlier again. She quickly alerted her friend, who was still walking out the bedroom door, and informed her that the sound was ringing again. Amanda returned immediately, and Sarah motioned for her to be quiet, sealing her lips with a finger in a gesture of urgency. The two women, in complete silence, listened to the noises that filled the bathroom. Their gazes were lost in terror. And suddenly, a sudden draft slammed the bathroom door shut with such force that it got stuck, causing another wave of screams from the two young women. They began to bang on the door violently, looking for an escape route. Time passed slowly as the two tried in vain to open a door and scream for help, but there was no response from outside. The only company in the bathroom were the disturbing click-clicks and the persistent, nauseating smell that filled the air. Sarah struggled to stay calm and find an explanation for everything that was happening. With her nails broken and bloody from her desperate attempts to open the door, she was in an internal conflict. She blamed herself for putting Amanda in that situation, but at the same time, she felt relieved to not be alone in that chilling moment. Sarah's crying filled the bathroom as the cries echoed through the room again. Amanda, also gripped by terror, screamed for answers. "What do you want from us? What is our fault for everything that happened to you with your father?" Suddenly, a strange feeling came over Sarah when she noticed her friend's hair moving subtly as she sat next to the toilet. She wiped away her tears and finally asked her to move aside. Confused, Amanda asked why, but she complied with her request and moved. Sarah noticed that her hair had stopped moving. This left her intrigued, and she began to examine the toilet. It was then that she noticed a small slot protruding from behind the toilet, through which she could feel a draft of cold air and the unfamiliar smell she had been sensing in the room. The young woman began to think and linked the air currents in the house with that hole behind the toilet. Her friend, bewildered and anxious, asked her what she was doing, and Sarah asked her to help her move the toilet. Together, they moved the toilet to the side, revealing a hole large enough for a person to squeeze through. Amanda, growing increasingly nervous, expressed her bewilderment over the presence of the hole and asked what it was, to which Sarah decisively replied, "An exit." The idea of abandoning Amanda in the bathroom and venturing alone into a dark hallway didn't sit well with her friend, who became nervous and begged her not to leave her alone. However, Sarah tried to make her understand that the only solution for both of them was for her to venture into the passage. She grabbed a box of matches from the bathroom drawer and slid through the hole. As she walked through the darkness, she had a conversation with Amanda. However, little by little, Sarah stopped hearing any sound coming from the bathroom, falling into an eerie silence. The smell became more nauseating as she went, and she began to consider turning back as the tunnel seemed to lead her nowhere. But then, the cries were heard with more intensity. Fighting the fear that overwhelmed her, she decided to continue advancing on all fours, while the cries grew louder. even though she didn't seem to be any closer to an exit. In an instant, her hand found no ground and she rushed downwards through some kind of pipe. She fell into a puddle, and although most of the matches were wet, she managed to light the last one she had left. To greater horror, she realized that she was on the skeleton of a rat. She let out a terrified scream, and before she could recover, she heard more noises coming from her right. Cautiously, she followed the sounds until she suddenly spotted a moving figure in the distance. She approached it slowly, with a bruised ankle and a cut on her eyebrow from the fall in the tunnel. As she got closer, she realized the terrifying truth. The creature writhing and moaning on the floor was Mr. Ming's son, the boy who had been chained and brutally injured by his own father. The boy was still wearing the chains and shackles that had been used to bind and beat him. The boy's limp, mangled arm was infected and rotting, attached to his body for months, slowly decomposing. The horrible smell of putrefaction that Sarah had smelled was due to those macabre wounds. Mr. Ming, in his madness, had thrown the boy's body into the tunnel, believing him to be dead. However, the boy had survived in inhumane conditions, feeding on insects, rodents, and water from puddles formed by leaks from the house's pipes. That had kept him alive, although he looked like a walking skeleton. Sarah, with her heart filled with horror and tears in her eyes, finally understood the truth behind the house's mysteries. The cries that both she and the villagers had heard at night were the cries of the child seeking for help. The nauseating smell was his decomposing arm, and the mysterious click she had heard was produced by the little boy, hitting the pipes with his chains every time he heard someone using the faucet. He was just trying to send signals that there was someone there. Sarah looked at the boy with a mixture of compassion and sadness. In an instant, the fear vanished completely, replaced by overwhelming grief. She approached the little boy and tenderly caressed his face, murmuring words of comfort. "Don't worry, you're not alone anymore. Let's get out of here," she said in a soft voice. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek as she looked at him. The little boy tried to stand up, but his fragile and scrawny body wouldn't allow him. Sarah grabbed him and carried him toward the tunnel entrance, hoping Amanda was nearby. However, before arriving, the boy spoke his last words. "My mother was the one who protected me all this time. I owe everything to her." Then he closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Sarah desperately tried to wake him, but it was too late. Carefully, she placed the little boy's lifeless body on the ground. Before leaving, Sarah held a match to the boy's arm and noticed the bracelet he was wearing. It was the same bracelet he had taken from his mother. At that moment, she understood the true reason behind the boy's words. The bracelet had been his amulet, his source of strength and hope during his time in the dark tunnel. That jewel had been a link with his mother, who had taken care of him until someone rescued him. Finally, some neighbors who were walking nearby heard Amanda's desperate screams and called the police. They managed to rescue them both, as well as the remains of the child. When the news that the little boy had been alive all this time reached Mr. Ming, he was devastated. He stopped eating and slowly wasted away to the bone, dying in a last act of remorse. In his farewell letter, he expressed that what he had loved most in his life was his wife, and that he had gotten rid of the last part of her he had left, his son. He hoped that from beyond, the two of them would forgive him for the horrors he had committed. He would suffer a death as lonely and terrible as the one he had imposed on his own son. It was a cloudy and gloomy day when Omar ventured to the cemetery, facing an experience he had avoided his entire life. The time had come to honor the memory of his older brother, who had died when he was still a child. Even though his parents shared stories and memories about him, Omar had never had the courage to accompany them. However, he had already turned 18, and he felt that it was time to join the family tradition and face the place that had scared him so much. The cemetery stretched before him like a labyrinth of marble and stone. Large statues of angels stood in melancholy positions, and crosses, some modest and others ornate, marked the final rest of lives that had come to an end. Despite his decision, Omar couldn't help but feel chills as he walked along the paths lined with tombstones and funerary monuments. His parents and other relatives who were used to that place moved forward easily, but he was left behind while observing the surroundings. He saw the inscriptions on the tombstones, some barely legible due to the passage of time, and others meticulously maintained, honoring those who had passed away. The air was filled with a strange mixture of fragrances, damp earth, withered flowers, and a touch of humidity that seemed to permeate the entire place. He hurried to join his family, his heart pounding in his chest. They had arrived at their older brother's grave, a site marked by sadness and loss. His parents placed fresh flowers as they shared stories and fond memories. As he looked at the tombstone, Omar felt a lump in his throat. He had heard a lot about his brother over the years, but had never had the chance to meet him. Part of him regretted the connection they had never had, and another part felt a strange, deep bond with someone he had only known through the stories of others. He decided to take a short walk through the cemetery, and suddenly a soft breeze rustled the leaves off the trees. The tombstones seemed to whisper secrets, and the young man felt as if an invisible presence surrounded him. As his brother's stories echoed in his mind, Omar closed his eyes for a moment, trying to imagine him, to feel his closeness. As he let the memories and emotions flow, an object caught his attention. Among the tombstones was a worn wooden horse. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, thinking about the toys his brother might have had in his childhood. He reached out and picked up the toy carefully. He looked around, wondering who could have left it there and why. Although he knew that his parents often brought toys to his brother's grave on his birthday, the idea that other people also left gifts for deceased loved ones touched him. There were many who sought to keep alive the memory of those who had left. Carefully, he picked it up to return it to its original place. He noted the inscriptions on the two nearby graves, both marked by the premature departure of a child. That coincidence made it difficult for him to decide which of the two the toy belonged to. Finally, leaving fate to chance, he tossed a coin and chose to leave the horse in the grave on his left. With this task apparently accomplished, he prepared to hurry and reach his family. However, before he could take a single step, he felt something catch his foot and drag him down. Omar struggled to free himself, but seemed to have become trapped in some kind of invisible vine. He leaned down, crouching to examine the situation. At that moment, a cold hand touched his right shoulder, and with a soft voice whispered in his ear, "That toy was mine." With a gasp, Omar turned toward the whisper. What his eyes caught stunned him. Before him, barely visible in the gloom of the tomb, was a translucent figure that seemed to slide under the tombstone on the right. Omar's heart was racing as he tried to understand what he was seeing. Fear left him paralyzed, unable to process what he saw. The figure gradually faded, as if it had dissipated into thin air. But the sensation of his touch and the words he had heard remained in his mind. Turning his head as if returning to reality after a trance, he managed to free his foot from the invisible vine and staggered back a few steps. He wondered if it had been a figment of his imagination or if he had really seen something supernatural. Despite his skepticism, an inner voice told him there was something more there. During the visit to the cemetery, he found himself lost in thought as he looked at the tombstones and reflected on life and death. The sadness and beauty of life after death coexisted in that final resting place. Each tombstone told a story. Each inscription was a testimony of love, pain, and memory. However, the feeling of being watched didn't leave him. As he walked between the tombs, a strange oppression seemed to envelop him, as if the air itself were charged with energy. The sun hid behind the clouds, plunging the cemetery into deeper shadows. Omar continued walking, feeling the urgency to escape from that place. That encounter had left a deep mark on his head. As the days passed, he couldn't stop thinking about what he had witnessed in the cemetery. The feeling of being watched haunted him, as if he had shadows constantly attached to him. He decided to investigate more about the cemetery and the graves he had visited. He spent hours searching for records and accounts of the history of those deaths. He discovered that the 2 graves he had seen were marked by the tragic departure of 2 children under mysterious circumstances decades ago. Rumors told of unexplained misfortunes, and some claimed to have seen shadows and heard whispers in the cemetery. But most regarded these stories as simple urban legends. As he delved deeper into his research, Omar began to feel a growing fascination and fear. The cemetery, that place he had always avoided, had now become a mystery that needed to be solved. Was there something else in those tombs? One afternoon, while he was absorbed in his thoughts, he decided to return to the cemetery alone. Armed with a flashlight in case it got dark and a notebook, he ventured again among the tombstones. The sun was beginning to set, casting faint flashes of light on the shapes of the funerary monuments. Finally, he reached the tombs he had previously visited. He stopped in front of them, feeling a sense of respect and sadness. His eyes fell on the inscriptions on the names of the children who had left too soon. Omar wondered if they might be connected in some way to the figure he had seen, if there was some message they wanted to convey from beyond. With a trembling but determined voice, he spoke out loud. "Who are you? If there is anything you want to tell me, I'm here to listen." The wind whispered through the trees as if nature itself was telling a story in response. Omar waited in silence, his heart pounding. But nothing happened, and he began to feel that his attempt had been in vain. He turned to head back home, and suddenly a stronger gust of wind sprung up around him. The diary he had brought with him shook, and its pages turned to one where he had written questions. Omar looked at it surprised, and his eyes saw the words he had written before arriving at the cemetery. "Who are you?" The coincidence left him breathless. Could it be that the souls of those children answered his questions in some way? He grabbed his pen and began to write in the diary. "I am Omar. What do you want from me?" As he wrote, a sense of presence enveloped him again. The breeze intensified, but this time it didn't feel threatening, but as if someone were trying to communicate, to share a long-kept story. Sounds began to fill the air, incomprehensible words that he couldn't understand. Omar closed his eyes, letting himself be carried away by the sensations and voices in the darkness. For a moment, everything seemed to come together in a torrent of emotions and connections, as if time itself had been distorted. Finally, the whispering stopped, and Omar found himself alone in the stillness of the night. He turned on his flashlight and looked at the notebook, where there were a series of words and phrases that he couldn't understand. However, he felt like he had unraveled a secret. He had established a connection with something beyond his understanding. Putting the notebook away carefully, the young man walked away from the graves, feeling that he had touched a hidden part of the cemetery. As he walked away, a mix of emotions enveloped him. Curiosity, fear, and a deep desire to understand more about what was happening. He continued his research, and as he delved deeper into it, he began to notice patterns and coincidences. The testimonies of different people seemed to fit together like pieces of a puzzle, revealing a hidden story full of secrets. Some neighbors confirmed that they felt a strange connection with the place, as if the souls of the deceased were trying to communicate with the living. Intrigued by these revelations, he decided it was time to return to the cemetery once again, at dusk. With his flashlight and a notebook, ready to face whatever he might discover. He approached the tombs, which seemed to hold secrets inside. Omar was determined to dig them up. He opened his notebook and wrote once more. Do you want to tell me something? The air seemed to sigh in response, and a gust of wind suddenly rose. Omar clung to his flashlight, feeling a mixture of anxiety and excitement. The shadows began to take shape around him, as if they were taking on a life of their own. Then, in the midst of the gloom, an ethereal figure slowly emerged. It was the same figure he had seen before. Their eyes met, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. Without saying a word, the figure began to move, as if it were leading Omar in some kind of silent dance. As they moved between the tombs, Omar began to feel a connection to the place, as if he were sharing an intimate moment with the departed souls. Finally, the figure stopped in front of a particular grave. The inscription revealed that it belonged to a boy named Mateo, who had died at a young age. Omar looked at the tomb with reverence, feeling that he had reached a crucial point in his search. There in front of him was the little wood horse that he had found on his first visit to the cemetery. The little horse with which it had all started. Maybe it didn't belong on those tombstones, and they were trying to get it to its owner. The figure seemed to look at him sadly, as if it were sharing its story through its presence. With a shaky sigh, Omar knelt by Mateo's grave and spoke out loud. Mateo, if you're here, if you can hear me, I want you to know that you are not alone. Your story and your memory live on, and I'm here to hear you. What do you have to tell me? The wind blew softly, as if it were transporting Omar's words between the world of the living and the dead. And then, just silence. His breath mixed with the icy air as he wrote on a piece of paper. Who are you? Do you want to tell me something? As he waited for a response, the atmosphere around him seemed to change. The air became thicker, and Omar began to hear a soft murmur, as if a chorus of voices were whispering in his mind. The words were barely audible at first, but little by little they became clearer. They were words of pain, sadness, and longing. He felt as if he were becoming a duct for the voices of those who had departed. Each of the voices spoke to him about his truncated life, unfulfilled dreams, and lost loves. There were stories of people who had been forgotten by time, but who still longed to be remembered. The figure that had guided him moved closer to him. Omar could feel its sadness and loneliness, a person that had been waiting for a long time to be recognized. The figure extended a hand towards the wooden horse that the young man was holding, and with a gentle gesture took the toy between its fingers. This toy was mine. The shadows began to move, twisting and snaking in their direction. Despite his instinct to retreat, his body seemed to have lost his ability to move. The shadows closed around them, forming an inescapable prison of darkness. Then the wood horse seemed to come to life. It twisted and contorted, its dark eyes shining as if with unnatural malice, like 2 points of darkness that seemed to absorb the light. The toy floated in the air and in front of him, and Omar was forced to look at them as if hypnotized by their terrifying presence. Then, without warning, the wooden horse hurtled towards him with shocking speed. Omar screamed, but the sound choked in his throat as the object penetrated his chest with unearthly precision. Searing pain consumed him as the toy sank into his flesh, piercing his muscles and organs and leaving a pool of blood at his feet. The moonlight seemed to darken around them, and the shadows took on a more solid form. Omar could feel the cold of death spreading from the place where the wooden horse passed through him. Every beat of his heart seemed to carry with it a pang of agony as his energy quickly faded. His vision blurred and his thoughts grew dimmer as he struggled to stay conscious. The world faded around him, and Omar felt like he was sinking into the abyss. The wooden horse became a part of his being, a twisted extension of his own torment. The cemetery became his eternal tomb, and his soul was lost in the darkness, condemned to endless suffering alongside the shadows and secrets he had unearthed. Lindsay had had a terrible day. In the middle of her workday at the cafeteria, her boss had called her to talk to her privately. Her continuous distractions and delays in her schedules had exceeded the owner's patience, so she had made the decision to fire her. Lindsay begged her for another chance, but the woman had given her many in the previous months, so she had made her decision definitively and would not change her mind. The young woman returned to her apartment with tears. She had very little money and no family help. Her parents had died in an accident years ago, and she lived alone in the city. She had to find a new job no matter what. When she arrived at the apartment where she lived with another girl, the day didn't get better either. Her partner was showing a girl their home. Lindsay asked her who she was, and her roommate replied that she was a new tenant. New tenant? But if there are only 2 rooms on this floor. Exactly, and your room will become hers. You haven't paid the rent for 6 months, and I'm fed up. This week, you leave the apartment. She had lost her job and her home. She had no way to pay her to avoid being kicked out of her own home. She only had to stay temporarily at her boyfriend's apartment. She stood at the door and rang the bell. Suddenly, a tall, smiling, young, blonde woman opened the door, wearing only one of her boyfriend's shirts. Seconds later, the young man left the room, unable to contain his surprise at having been caught red-handed. But Lindsay, weren't you working? That had to be a joke. It was impossible that everything could go so wrong. She left her boyfriend's apartment crying and sat in a cafeteria. She needed to go away. She didn't want to have to cross paths every day with all the people who had hurt her so much. She was alone. What could she do? She grabbed his mobile phone and wrote a post on her social network showing her anger and need for a job. If any of her contacts knew of a company that needed people, she might still be lucky. Not even 15 minutes had passed when a girl who had been her childhood friend wrote to her. She told her that she knew of a very good job opportunity and, above all, very well paid. She asked her to meet that same afternoon to talk about it in person. Lindsay had nothing to lose, and she would also appreciate being able to spend some time with a friend to let off steam. When her friend Jamie arrived, she was surprised to see her appearance. They hadn't seen each other for many years, and they both came from a very humble neighborhood and families. However, now Jamie was wearing expensive brand name clothes and shoes. Without telling her anything, she could guess that she wasn't doing badly at all financially. Lindsay was eager to know the details about the job her friend knew, and the young woman began to tell her what it was about. First of all, Lindsay, you must promise me that this conversation will be private. My bosses are very secretive about their personal lives, and they seek discretion. The young woman nodded. Well, I'm working for a family that has, a very high standard of living. But there is one thing they haven't been able to get, and that is a baby. The wife has a fertility problem, and they are looking for other options. They need a womb for another person to carry the embryo. In exchange, they offer a very generous offer. Her friend told her that if she was willing, her bosses would pay for the trip home and would provide her with accommodation throughout the process. Lindsay was shocked. She didn't know what the job would be about, but she had never imagined anything like this. Offering her body to give a baby to other people was a very serious thing. She asked her for time to think about it. It wasn't a simple decision. Jamie smiled at her and told her that there was no problem, but if she was interested, she recommended that she not take too long to give an answer. She was at the end of her vacation, and in 2 days she would fly back to her boss's house. If she wanted, she could fly together. Lindsay returned to her apartment, and when she arrived, she had all her items in cardboard boxes in the hallway. Her roommate had gone to the trouble of packing all her belongings, leaving her room free for the new tenant. Given the situation, she didn't think twice and sent Jamie a message confirming that she accepted the job. In 2 days, she flew to the city where her friend worked. When they arrived at the house, the young woman couldn't close her mouth in astonishment. The couple who wanted to hire her had a huge mansion. Her friend asked her to wait in the living room while she called her boss. Meanwhile, Lindsay dedicated herself to observing the objects that adorned the luxurious home. When she approached the photo frames, she discovered who the owner of that mansion was, a famous television actress. She had seen dozens of series where she appeared as a protagonist. Shortly, the woman entered. It was Sabrina Johnson. Sabrina greeted her with a big smile and they started talking. Shortly after, Sabrina's husband, Kevin, an important businessman who owns a large multinational, also arrived. The two began to talk to the young woman about their lives and their future baby. The woman pointed out that if Lindsay accepted, she had to sign a confidentiality contract, which would state that when the baby was born, he would be the legal child of the marriage. Without giving her much time to think and hesitate, the couple introduced her to the chef of the house. The young woman was surprised by the high lifestyle they had, since they even had a person hired just to cook for them, a young man who seemed very nice. After that, the couple showed her her room. They let her settle comfortably and the young woman was left alone with Jamie. Her friend explained that her job was something similar to that of an assistant. She managed certain of Sabrina's businesses and helped her in her day-to-day life. While Lindsay was putting her clothes in the closet, her friend told her that she should give her her cell phone. Lindsay didn't understand why she would be kept uncommunicated. However, Jamie explained that it was part of the confidentiality agreement. While she was the baby's surrogate, she had to maintain the family's privacy. Furthermore, she had practically no friends, no family, no partner. She was alone, so she wouldn't miss her phone. After signing a bunch of documents, Jamie told her that she could ask the cook to prepare something for dinner. The next day, they would begin medical tests for pregnancy. When Lindsay was left alone with James, the cook, she felt a great complicity. The young man asked her several times if she was sure about the big steps she was going to take, and she could only think that she had nowhere to live or with whom. She felt like she didn't have a future if she didn't earn money soon. So she confirmed that she was sure of her decision. While they were talking, she began to hear very loud screams in the background. It was Sabrina and Kevin. They were screaming at each other in an excessive way. She asked the cook if that was normal. Shouldn't they do anything? James remained silent and continued cooking while the screaming didn't stop. The next day, Lindsay began her doctor's appointments. First, many reviews, analyses, and then came all the others. Vitamins, supplements, diet instructions, and an appointment to start in vitro fertilization. The baby would be the couple's biological child, because Sabrina's egg would be used and James' sperm. Therefore, she would only act as a surrogate. The first days, it seemed like she was living a dream. Sabrina treated her as if they were best friends. She invited her to eat out, she took her shopping. She shared all kinds of plans with her. But everything began to change a few days after fertilization. The doctors had recommended they wait several weeks to find out the results. But Sabrina was impatient to find out if the treatment had worked. She told Lindsay to go get a test, and the young woman tried to make her understand that this would not be a real result. The doctors had given them other instructions, but Sabrina wouldn't take no for an answer, and violently grabbed her arm and dragged her to the bathroom and forced her to urinate on the test in front of her. With tears in her eyes, Lindsay did as she was told. But the worst came once the test indicated a negative pregnancy result. Sabrina was beside herself and started insulting her and telling her that she hadn't done things right. She accused her of taking advantage of her trust, and her money. But Sabrina, I've done everything the doctors have recommended. This doesn't always work out the first time. It's not my fault. However, the woman looked at her with contempt and dragged her back to her room, throwing her on the floor. A few weeks later, Lindsay repeated the pregnancy test. Finally, she achieved her goal. She was pregnant. To her surprise, things didn't get better, but rather the rules were expanded for her. Sabrina passed a list of foods to the cook. She wouldn't be allowed to eat anything that was not healthy for the baby. Goodbye to having any candy or sweets. Besides, she couldn't go anywhere except with them or Jamie. At times, she felt like a prisoner. On one of the daily walks that she had to take accompanied by her friend, she confessed that she had doubts about whether the couple was capable of having the baby. Jamie didn't react well to her confession, accusing her that she had to be grateful for the large amount she would be paid for carrying a child in her womb for less than a year. She felt increasingly uncomfortable there, and the couple's marital situation wasn't improving either. Sometimes they were the most passionate lovers, and other times it seemed like they were going to end up killing each other. They argued in a very violent manner, especially when they had both been drinking a lot, throwing objects at each other and one of them leaving the house for several days. Before the situation got even worse, Lindsay wasn't sure she made the right decision. That child was not hers. She knew that she had no right to decide after having signed the contract. But wasn't she partly to blame if she helped a child to be born in a family with such an unhealthy environment? One day, the fight had been so violent and terrifying that, scared, Lindsay took advantage of the moment in which they were yelling at each other to escape from the house. A fruit and vegetable delivery man had just stopped in front of the house next door. So while the man left some bags inside the neighbor's house, she took the opportunity to hide in the back of the truck, right behind several boxes of vegetables. She remained hidden long enough, and when she considered she was quite far from home, she came out of hiding and asked the delivery man to take her to a police station. She would tell everything. While waiting in the waiting room to be seen by an agent, she watched the news on television. Suddenly, her photo appeared on the screen. Sabrina and Kevin reported her disappearance and kidnapping of their son. They showed the pregnancy contract they had and accused her of fraud. She couldn't believe it. She had to get out of there. When she tried to escape, a police officer prevented her from leaving. They had registered her arrival and had notified the family that she was at the police station. Shortly after, Sabrina arrived at the office and asked the agents to take Lindsay home again, stating that it all had been a misunderstanding. And immediately afterwards, she took out a wad of bills from her purse and handed them to the police officers, who were guarding the young woman at the police station. When they arrived home, the woman accused her of having taken advantage of her and her husband's kindness and generosity, and she assured her that things would change from then on. She would no longer live in the same house and would enjoy the luxuries that until now were allowed to her. They would lock her in a windowless room in the pool house, where there was only a bed and darkness, and there she would stay all day, except for the mandatory daily walk for the baby's sake. On one of those walks, which she always had to take with Jamie, she asked her to help her, but the one who had been her friend had also betrayed her, siding with Sabrina and her husband. Lindsay couldn't believe she was so blind or so bribed by money to not help her. That couple were a couple of psychopaths and they were going to end her and the baby. Seeing that her former friend wasn't going to help her, Lindsay ran away again. But this time, she didn't get far. Sabrina and Jamie caught up with her quickly. When the young woman woke up, she was in a different place. She didn't recognize that room. It was wide. She tried to get up, but was suddenly scared to see that her hand was chained to the bed. Shortly after, Sabrina entered the room with tears in her eyes. She told her that Kevin had abandoned her forever. "I'm so sorry, Lindsay. I've tried to fix it, maybe too many times. He always promised me that he would change, and I believed him. I'm sorry that in the end you also found yourself involved in all our discussions. I'm sorry everything is going to be so difficult." Although she knew that Sabrina had also acted very badly in all those situations, the young woman couldn't help but feel sorry for the woman. She had been doubly unhappy with a husband who had not treated her well and dealing with the pain of not having been able to bring her own baby into the world. She grabbed her with the uncuffed hand, telling her that even though it was difficult, she trusted that she would be able to be a good mother. "Too bad we'll never know," Sabrina replied. "If Kevin and I are separated, the pregnancy must end. Remember, it's in the contract. Tomorrow we will go to the doctor." Lindsay started yelling at her that she couldn't do it. She was in the last weeks of pregnancy. That wasn't even legal. She couldn't kill that baby. The next day, Sabrina asked her assistant to pick Lindsay up to go to the medical center where they would terminate the pregnancy. When Jamie entered the room, the pregnant woman implored her to please take her to a hospital. She was bleeding and Sabrina wanted to kill the baby. She approached the door to call her boss and tell her what was happening when suddenly she changed her mind and decided to help the young woman. She removed her handcuffs and secretly took her through the house to try to get out without being seen. She helped her get into the car and they ran to the nearest hospital. When Sabrina heard the sound of the engine, she ran into the room to see what was happening. Her assistant had betrayed her. She had to reach them before it was too late. While driving, Jamie apologized for all the time she hadn't helped her. Sabrina blackmailed her with her mother's health, who had been diagnosed with a very serious illness and required very expensive treatment. The famous actress offered to pay for everything as long as she was her faithful assistant. If she betrayed her, her mother's health would be in danger. Everything she had done had been to help her. Suddenly, they felt a rear bump on the car. It was Sabrina who had caught up with them, causing the car to stop. The woman got out of the car and, pointing a gun at her, forced them to get out as well. Lindsay cried, imploring her to think about the baby. Do you think I care about the baby? I don't care what happens to him. He should disappear. He and you have been a mistake. That's when Lindsay saw it clearly. That baby wasn't Sabrina's. They had used one of her eggs and fertilized it. They didn't have any genetic material from the woman. The baby she was carrying was really hers. Jamie took advantage of the moment to hit her on the arm and throw the weapon to the ground. She managed to pick it up before the woman and pointed it at her, threatening her. Grab my phone, Lindsay, and call the police and the ambulance. She won't hurt you again. Sometime later, Sabrina was exposed and blamed for several crimes. Meanwhile, Lindsay was having an emergency delivery and met her son, the little boy who had suffered so much to be born and be by his mother's side forever. Mama, can Karim stay home alone? I pleaded. My mother looked at me with a serious face, wondering if I had lost my mind. She was not going to change her mind. Your brother is too small. You know very well that it can't be. If you want to go with your friends, you will have to take him with you. I'll make it up to you another day, Zayda. Now I have to go to work. I sighed as loudly as I could to show my mother how much she had ruined my plans. Okay, I'll take him with me, I grumbled. My challenge was to keep her from finding out about the plan I had. I was not going to let my date be ruined just because her work shift had been changed at the last minute. My mother came over to hug me and Karim. She whispered a thank you in my ear and walked out the door. Shortly after, I heard the car engine driving away. Then I sighed deeply again before calling my brother. Come on, Karim, put on your shoes, we're leaving. His answer? Of course. Let him play with the console for a little while longer. I rolled my eyes. When mom and dad are not around, I'm the one in charge, and I say we're leaving now. While we were sitting in my car, Karim looked out the window and acted like he was offended. He didn't like me giving him orders. However, his stubbornness wasn't very convincing, as I could see him bobbing his head to the music playing on the radio. When we passed in front of Mayra's house, he couldn't remain silent. Zayda, shouldn't we have turned right to see your friend? I smiled, and I told him there was a slight change of plans. We would meet Mayra and the rest of the group somewhere else. He continued to ask questions for the rest of the trip, but I resisted. When we arrived, I saw my brother staring outside, probably trying to guess where we were. Luckily, the sun had already set, so he couldn't see much of what was there. I parked right behind my friend's car and turned to my brother, explaining where we had gone in the most dramatic tone possible. We have arrived. We are going to a bonfire with my friends next to the abandoned castle. We're going to tell scary stories. He looked at me with wide eyes. Mom and Dad won't let us come here alone, he protested. I stayed calm, told him not to act like a baby, and assured him that we weren't alone. I pointed to the car in front of us and told him that my friends were already there. Without waiting for a response, I turned off the lights, unbuckled my seatbelt, and got out of the vehicle. My brother did the same and followed me. We walked along a dark path full of vegetation with the only light from my flashlight. Mayra, Omar, and Adam were already waiting for us with a lit bonfire. When they saw me, they raised their beer cans and greetings. Whoa, Zayda, in the end, you managed to come, Omar said, expressing what the others were probably thinking too. My three friends greeted me with a little applause as a joke. But when Karim stumbled behind me and they saw him, they suddenly fell silent. Mayra lowered the beer behind her. My friend was still a minor. Of course, they weren't amused that I had brought my brother with me. Sorry guys, I had no choice. My father is traveling and my mother's shift has been changed for tonight, so it was either bring him or stay home with him. The only one who didn't seem to care was Omar. He immediately put his beer can on the ground and stood up to greet my brother. He asked him how old he was and what his favorite video game was. Karim changed his face and began to talk to him about his games. My friend invited him to sit next to him and he seemed delighted. Omar winked at me, after which I mouthed a silent "thank you." A few seconds later, the 5 of us were sitting around the fire. Mayra grabbed another can of beer and handed it to me. Then he looked at Karim, hesitant. She cleared her throat. "Sorry, we only have beer, but if you want, we can go to the gas station to buy you a soda." Karim just shook his head. When he saw that I was drinking from the can that my friend had given me, my brother opened his mouth exaggerately. Afterwards, he approached me and quietly asked me if Mom and Dad knew that I drank alcohol. He whispered, but spoke so loudly that the others could easily hear him. If her parents found out, they would punish her for sure. Then she gave me an insistent look. I had to keep my brother bribed so he wouldn't spill the beans. I thought about various pranks he had done at home and that I had kept secret to avoid punishment. Blackmail, quid pro quo, you shut up, me too, you betray me, we will both be punished. Fortunately, my idea worked, and a few minutes later, we were sitting relaxed around the campfire, talking about high school and our lives. Omar was very attentive to my brother, keeping him entertained. It was what I liked most about him, the big heart he had and how much he cared about me. I have to admit that I increasingly doubted whether ours was a relationship that went beyond friendship. Every day, I liked his way of being more. Karim was pretty calm, but we all know what little kids are like. If they don't receive constant attention or without games, TV or consoles nearby, they get bored. And then the whining began. "I'm hungry," was one of his first comments. Then, "I'm cold," followed by, "When is Mom coming? Can we go now?" My friends didn't say anything, but I knew I had ruined their night. So I decided to entertain him a little. "Do you want us to do something fun?" "Okay, we'll have fun. How about a little horror story? Do you know that one from the program years ago, where the bad kids went from?" That caught the attention of Adam and Mara. Omar, on the other hand, seemed confused. He asked me if it was a good idea to tell my brother a horror story, warning me that he would have nightmares all night afterwards. I assured him that my brother was no coward, and I looked at him with a mischievous face. Karim shook his head, as I expected, although he knew that brave wasn't the adjective that best defined him. To be honest, I had no idea how he would react to the story, but it was too late to feel guilty. So I started. My father told me that years ago, when the country was in post-war times, it was very common for parents to leave their children watching a show on television. The program lasted about 30 minutes and contained strange and sinister images. Knowing what I know today, I believe it was an attempt by the government, aided by the media, to use scare tactics to keep children in their place. Because the moral of each episode revolved around things like bad children go to bed late, bad children steal food from the refrigerator at night, bad children don't obey their parents and teachers. He told me that he saw it, although he no longer remembers many details. However, what he didn't forget was what the closing of each program was like. It was the same in all the episodes. The camera zoomed in on an old, rusty, closed door. As he got closer and closer to the door, he began to hear some agonizing and terrible screams, which made him very afraid. As for children's programming, I found it somewhat terrifying. While the screams continued to be heard, a text appeared on the screen that said, "That's where the bad kids go." And then, little by little, it faded to black. But the story doesn't end there. It turns out that years later, one of his friends studied journalism, and he always had that show in mind. He had to write an article for a magazine, and he couldn't think of anything other than to start researching the program. He collected data and managed to find out the location of the studio where it was recorded. The site was very remote. No one would imagine that it was broadcast from there. Well, friend entered the old building. It isn't known what he saw there, but since then, he has been admitted to a mental health facility. He only managed to send a text message to my father with the address. The moment my father got there, he was lying on the floor, staring into space. And he stopped talking since then. When I finished the story, everyone was silent. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard. Then I realized that Karim was shaking next to me. I had gone too far. I just wanted to entertain them, but not to scare my brother so much. Is that true? He asked me. Yes, Mara responded. And at night, sometimes they come here to look for new kids. Omar interrupted her and asked her to stop. He had remained serious. Myra accused me of being a liar. She said I had made it up. But it wasn't like that. My father hadn't lied to me. In fact, he even knew the address because he had told me. Adam and Myra started laughing when I told them I could take them there. They thought I was kidding them. And I won't be anything else, but no one baits me to being proud. Well, maybe you laughed to hide the fear that has entered you, because I'm sure that none of you would dare to go if I told you where it is. Myra looked at me defiantly. She always loved to be on top, the prettiest, the smartest. Of course, she also had to be the bravest. Karim remained unusually quiet the entire time. And although I should have been glad that he was no longer complaining, I felt a lot of remorse. I definitely didn't want to use fear to silence him. Adam started to propose that the 5 of them go to that place. It didn't seem like a good idea to me. At another time, maybe I wouldn't care, but with my brother there that day, I had begun to feel sorry for him, and I thought it was best to take him home. But Myra began with her typical provocations. It was the only thing I hated about my friend. Couldn't it be that you're the one who's pooping with fear? What a coincidence. Right now you're worried about bringing Karim home. 10 minutes ago, you didn't think the same. With anger, I got up and told them that I would show them where that place was. Afterwards, I would leave and each person would decide if they wanted to enter or not. I got in the car and my brother did the same. He was serious and scared. There was no doubt. He would tell my mother everything that happened as soon as she arrived. I would end this nonsense by taking them to the place my father had told me about and return home. I started and my friends drove behind us, following us. When we arrived, we had to go with several flashlights. We had to cross a fairly long road and there were no streetlights or anything. It was a completely abandoned place. When I had gone years ago with my father, we had gone during the day and we didn't get too close. He didn't like being so close since it brought back bad memories of when he found his friend on the ground and had to help him. At what moment had this stupid idea of telling that story occurred to me? With the 4 flashlights, we pointed at the building. It was black. It looked like it had been set on fire. I told him that I would stay outside. I wouldn't go in with my brother, nor would I leave him alone. Omar had offered to stay with the 2 of us, so only Adam and Myra would enter. My 2 friends came in laughing. When they went inside, we stopped seeing them, but we could still hear them joking, faking the sound of ghosts and monsters. I stroked my brother's hair and told him that my friends were like clowns making jokes all day. He smiled, although it was obvious that he was still uneasy. Omar and I started talking about other things, about serious, funny viral videos and any nonsense we could think of to keep my brother distracted. The minutes passed and Adam and Myra didn't come out. It was starting to get pretty cold and I was tired of waiting, so we called out their names to get them to come out, although no one answered. The little joke was starting to bother us and I told Omar that if they took any longer, I would go home. He thought the same as me, so he asked me to take him home in my car. Suddenly, I saw Karim looking around with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" he asked me quietly, interrupting Omar. I sighed and put an arm around his shoulder. "Karim, there is nothing. The story that Dad told me is a lie." Suddenly, Omar waved his hand at me. "No. Zahida, shh. I heard something too." The 3 of us stayed silent and listened attentively. In the background, we could hear something similar to crying. Karim squeezed my hand tightly. I told him that it was probably the noise of some animal trying to calm him down. But both he and Omar noticed that there was doubt in my voice. Even my friend, who was normally very calm, seemed tense. "I have enough. I'm leaving," I told Omar. He warned me that we couldn't leave and leave our friends inside. Damn, I didn't have to be there. But I knew I couldn't leave. We approached the door and called out their names. Together, we took a few steps through the rubble. There was a terrible smell. In the background, we could see a door. It was the rusty, old door to the program, just as my father had described to me. He approached slowly and stuck his head inside the door for a few seconds. Suddenly, he turned around and yelled at me. "Get out, get out, get out!" I didn't even pay attention to whether he was following me at that moment. I only cared about getting my brother out of there. I got in the car, and when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw that Adam was sitting in the back seat. My brother screamed. For a split second, I thought his pale face was that of a ghost. After recovering from the shock, I asked him where Mara and Omar were, but he didn't say a single word to me. He had a lost look. He seemed gone. I drove as fast as I could until I reached a busy road. What had I done? But all I could think was that my little Karen was safe. To this day, I have no idea who or what we heard in that building. Myra disappeared and Adam stopped talking from that day on. Like my father's friend, he was admitted to a center where he still looks lost to this day. Omar, I don't know how, but he was able to get out. He barely told me anything about what he saw there. He didn't want to do it for my safety. Those screams at the end of the program my father watched, they were not special effects. In the room at the back of that building, there was a large microphone in the center which collected all the cries and screams of those who were there. Karim, aside from the initial shock, he handled it surprisingly well. Of course, he told Mom and Dad everything as soon as they got home, and they gave me a big punishment. I can't tell you more. That would make more people start investigating and get there. But it is true that there is a place where bad children go. The dark corridors of the school were silent while the group of surviving students hid in one of the classrooms. Their hearts were pounding and anguish was reflected in their eyes as they faced terror that seemed straight out of a nightmare. They had heard of the plague that had struck some villages in other countries, an unknown disease that turned human beings into lifeless monsters. But never would they have imagined that their beloved biology teacher, Miss Alice Stevens, would become the center of this dark and sinister story. It all started with a simple cold after her trip abroad on her vacation. Miss Alice had been coughing and sneezing for days, but they never thought that this would be the start of her transformation. Slowly, her pale complexion turned ghastly, her gaze vacant, and her movements clumsy and disjointed. In a matter of hours, the sweet teacher had turned into a terrifying being, a zombie. The plague spread rapidly through bites, and those who fell into her clutches became creatures thirsty for blood and human flesh. The biology teacher, once loved and respected, had become the personification of evil. Her presence struck terror and despair into the hearts of the students. A group of survivors made up of 5 teenagers had banded together in a desperate attempt to survive. Together, they had managed to escape from the school, but the threat of the zombies was still outside as well, lurking around every corner. The infected teacher and students had become hungry beings that roamed the streets, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The survivors knew they had to find a way to end this nightmare. They looked for answers in books and the internet. They needed to know any type of relevant information to understand the nature of the plague and find a cure. Meanwhile, their teacher and classmates continued to add more infected. One of the young men, Josh, decided to come out of hiding to look for his parents and his sister. He had to know if they had also converted or had managed to escape. He walked through the darkness, trying to make as little noise as possible, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of a dark figure slowly approaching him. Josh's heart began to pound, but he tried to stay calm. However, the figure materialized in front of him, revealing a decomposed and putrid face. Empty eyes that glowed red, and an expression of insatiable hunger. It was his neighbor, who had also become one of them. Horror washed over Josh as the zombie spread his arms out, growling gutturally. Without thinking twice, he reacted quickly and ran in the opposite direction. The pounding of his heart echoed in his ears as the shadows engulfed him, increasing his despair. As he progressed, Josh noticed more and more similar creatures emerging from the shadows, stalking the streets and alleys. The people who had once been his neighbors, his friends, now rose up like monsters hungry for human flesh. Fear and confusion gripped him. How had that happened? How had such a peaceful place been turned into hell in such a short time? Unanswered questions filled his mind as he struggled to find a safe place. He sought refuge in an old abandoned building, hoping that the monsters couldn't find him there. He closed the door behind him and blocked it with a table. The interior of the building was as dark as the exterior, lit only dimly by the moonlight that filtered through the broken windows. Josh found an empty room and hid in a corner, trying to control his heavy breathing. He heard the footsteps of the creatures slowly approaching, growling and shuffling down the halls. Suddenly, a screeching, metallic sound filled the air. Josh covered his ears, but the sound was deafening. As the noise increased, the creatures seemed to stop, as if they were being repelled by something. The young man peeked through the door out of the room and saw a cloaked figure in the main hallway, holding some kind of blinking device. The masked figure seemed to be fighting the creatures, driving them away with his strange apparatus. It was like he was hunting the zombies, keeping them at bay. Josh wondered who he was and what he was doing there. Unable to resist his curiosity, he crept closer, trying not to make a sound. As he got closer, he could see that the figure was equipped with makeshift armor. He carried a backpack full of tools and gadgets, and his face was hidden under a mask. He looked like a warrior in the midst of a battle against evil. The young man decided to reveal himself and come out of hiding. The hooded figure turned quickly towards him, pointing an object at him. Josh raised his hands in surrender, and the figure lowered his hands. He slowly removed his mask and revealed his face. It was Emma, a classmate. Her eyes were filled with determination and bravery. Emma explained to Josh that she had discovered a resistance group that was fighting the plague and trying to find a cure. He told the young woman that he should go back to look for his family, but she prevented him from going back to that area, warning him it was one of the most dangerous. Together, they searched for Josh's friends and joined the resistance group. They discovered that the plague had been triggered by a scientific experiment gone horribly wrong. A group of researchers had been working on a secret project using advanced technology. However, a failure in the laboratory had caused the virus to escape, spreading rapidly through the population. Armed with this new information, the survivors decided to search for the leader of the scientific team responsible for the experiment. They believed that only he could have the answers needed to stop the plague and save the infected. On their perilous journey, the group experienced unimaginable horrors. They encountered hordes of zombies and faced extreme situations that tested their courage and determination. Finally, they reached the last known refuge of the scientist. It was an abandoned mansion on the outskirts. The rooms were covered with dust and shadows, and the silence was crushing. In the middle of the darkness, the group found a secret door that led them to an underground laboratory. There, the true magnitude of the failed experiment was revealed. The scientists had been experimenting with a new technology that promised to reverse aging and cure deadly diseases. But he had underestimated the side effects and the ability of the virus to mutate and spread out of control. In desperation, Emma confronted the scientists, demanding an answer. Was there a way to stop the plague? The scientist, grieved by the results of his experiments, revealed that he had been working on a possible cure. However, the results were uncertain, and he hadn't yet had the opportunity to test the cure on infected. The young people felt a mixture of hope and frustration upon hearing this. Time was running out, and the situation was getting worse every day. Desperate for answers, some of the group volunteered to trap zombies and put them through the experimental treatment. They knew it was a huge risk, but it was also their only chance to get their lives back and save others. Josh and his friends left with various containment objects, chains, ropes, handcuffs, and when everyone thought they wouldn't return, the group of friends returned with their zombie teacher, changed from head to toe. The scientists, grateful for their courage and determination, prepared her for the process. She was hooked up to machines and injected with a vaccine. The man didn't stop seeing the parameters of her body on the screens: heartbeat, oxygen, pressure. After a time that seemed eternal, the process ended. The young people waited with their hearts in a fist, not knowing if the treatment had been effective. Slowly, they began to see changes in her body, as if she was calmer.
Her eyes regained her human brilliance and she felt out of place. The treatment seemed to have worked. Little by little, the teacher, Alice, began to be aware of everything that had happened. Crying, she remembered the children and adults from whom she had taken their lives. She felt evil and a monster. They all tried to reassure her by letting her know that it wasn't her. It was the evil that was in her body. Excited by the good results, they decided to share the cure with the rest of the town. Their teacher, of course, would accompany them on that difficult mission. As they headed back into the dangers of the street, the teacher felt a mixture of relief and responsibility. Despite having regained her humanity, she would never forget the horrible experiences she lived through as a zombie. Now, she had the opportunity to use her knowledge to help others and prevent a repeat of the tragedy. The road to redemption and the total eradication of the virus would be arduous and dangerous. The group of survivors faced increasingly difficult challenges. As they advanced through the streets, they found more and more aggressive and resistant zombies on their way. Some, with their bites, turned humans into living dead like them. But others were so violent that they left the bodies of the victims in pieces, causing their death and making it impossible to save them. They made their way through the hordes of the undead, administering the vaccine to whoever they could. The group knew they needed to act quickly and effectively to prevent the plague from spreading farther. Trying to find a more effective solution, Alice and her group began capturing zombies and bringing them back to the lab for further testing. With the help of the scientists, they began a series of experiments to find a way to immunize against the evil. Days and nights passed as they worked tirelessly. They ran tests, analyzed samples, and searched for the key to undoing the damage caused by the virus. Finally, they reached a significant breakthrough. They discovered a specific combination of substances that could neutralize the virus and also prevent survivors from becoming infected. It was a crucial step towards the ultimate cure. Armed with this new information, the group of survivors intensified their efforts to deliver cure and prevention to as many people as possible. They scoured the town looking for those who could still be saved. One by one, they freed people from their zombie state, restoring their lost humanity and offering others the immunity they needed. The team's task wasn't only to fight the zombies and administer the cure, but also to deal with the ethical dilemma of the existence of those who couldn't be saved. Each life had a value, and each death a painful reminder that they hadn't arrived in time. News of the immunity shot had spread, attracting those who were seeking desperate salvation. The town's population flocked for help and hope. The youth group and the teacher were overwhelmed by the number of people who needed to be treated. There weren't enough resources and time to save everyone. Making difficult decisions had become a burden on their consciences. Immunize more survivors or treat more zombies so they stop attacking and killing people. As they entered into the fight to restore humanity, internal conflicts also arose within the group. Opinions differ on how to allocate limited resources and to whom to administer the cure. Some wanted to save their family, others wanted to kill all the zombies first. In the midst of this internal struggle, the scientists helped mediate the conflicts and reminded them of the purpose of their mission: to save as many lives as possible. Despite the obstacles and difficult decisions they had to make, the group continued to tirelessly fight for survival. They weren't about to let the zombie plague completely defeat them. As they progressed, the fame of their bravery and determination spread. People from other towns began to seek their help, seeking a cure for their own plague-stricken communities. The task became overwhelming. They all dreamed of a future in which their town and other communities could recover and rebuild. A world where the plague of zombies will be in the past and humanity will find a new opportunity to live in harmony. However, reality was unforgiving. Time and resources were running out, and they were in a race against time to save as many lives as possible. They knew that each healed person was a ray of hope that illuminated the darkness, but also faced the constant pain of not being able to save everyone. Unfortunately, as their experiments progressed, the group of survivors realized that finding a definitive cure for the zombie plague was an impossible task.
The virus was mutating faster than their vaccine advances and becoming increasingly resentful. Despair began to take over the group. Without a cure, the plague would continue to spread, turning more people into monsters. Hopes of finding a solution were slowly fading, and fear and anguish filled their hearts. In the midst of this darkness, Alice had a desperate idea. She knew they couldn't completely eliminate the plague, but perhaps they could control it somehow. She suggested to use her knowledge and experience as an egg-zombie to establish a kind of balance with the infected. The group, though skeptical, decided to go along with her plan. They worked hard to develop a containment and restraint protocol for the zombies. They created a kind of guarded community where the infected could live in quarantine but under strict control and supervision. Alice became the leader. Through her empathy and understanding towards the infected, she was able to establish rules and regulations that allowed the zombies to maintain their humanity as much as possible. Little by little, the group of infected grew, and although the danger was still present, they managed to maintain a certain stability. Over time, the community became a symbol of hope in the midst of darkness. Other cities and towns began to take a similar approach, establishing guarded communities and working together to control the zombie infestation. The story of Alice and her band of survivors became the stuff of legend, a story of bravery and perseverance in a world dominated by horror. Her legacy lived on for future generations, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, there's always room for hope and humanity. Welcome, horror lovers. We bet you've heard many scary legends about abandoned buildings inhabited by ghosts of the past. Many of these end up being demolished, while others, like the building today's protagonist was in, are renovated and open once more their terrifying doors. A lot of time had passed, and Rose still couldn't find a job as a nurse. It was pretty difficult due to her lack of education and experience. And every year, things would get more and more complicated. She was about 40 years old and was a careful and competent professional, but always had in front of her either young women with scholarships looking to start their training, or veterans who were way more skilled than her. She started to give up and stay at home, feeling depressed. Her husband, Jack, also felt terrible due to her situation. Fortunately, he had a stable job in IT, and even though they could both live with his income, he knew this situation was torture for her. Rose could end up developing a disorder, or even worse, wandering around like a soul in torment. Being a nurse, and especially taking care of others, had been her dream since she was young. One day, Jack had a bit of a strange idea, which he had to try now as a last resort. He heard that the old mental home at the city outskirts had been renovated. A while ago, they used to receive the most severe cases of schizophrenia and psychosis, but had to close it down due to lack of resources. However, they had renovated it into a modern hospital with the latest technology ready to open again. He went to the management office with Rose to make them an extraordinary proposal. She would work there for free for the first 3 months, and if she managed to prove her value as a nurse, they would hire her full-time. And if she didn't, she would simply leave without saying a word. Rose was very surprised, but thought the idea wasn't bad at all. Quite the contrary. She preferred to help others instead of staying at home doing nothing, even if she wasn't paid for now. And thus, that's how she could finally get a job as a nurse, and in one of the most prestigious medical centers of the region. The entire complex had 5 floors, but only 4 were currently functioning. The 3rd floor was still under construction and still conserved some remains of its sinister past. When Rose was on call, she would sometimes walk around there, feeling strangely attracted to the rooms in ruins, with cushioned walls and beds with straps. Weeks passed by and she started to feel very hopeful, and soon enough, the management team told her how satisfied they were with her work, as well as the patients. They were so happy with her that they finally decided to hire her permanently and would even pay her for the month she had already worked in there, and she deserved it. The renovations on the 3rd floor were almost complete. It would start being used soon and the hospital needed more stuff. That was when, in the middle of the night when she was on call, she heard how she was called over the loudspeakers. She had to clean a mess on one of the rooms in the 3rd floor. That was weird, since that wasn't exactly part of her job and the 3rd floor wasn't in use yet. She couldn't recognize that voice either. It sounded so gruff and deep that she was sure she hadn't heard it before. However, willing to help, she obeyed the voice. When she arrived, it seemed that nobody was on the floor and all the hallways were dark, even though she thought she heard murmurs on the other side. In the dark, she tried to find the light switches, but when she tried to turn them on, there was no electricity. It was also very cold since all the windows were broken. Many times she asked out loud if someone was there, but nobody responded, so she decided to return to her usual position. On her way back, she went to the management office to ask why she was instructed to go there. But the response they gave her left her very perplexed. They told her that nobody had called her. In fact, nobody even heard the loudspeakers. They all seemed to be as puzzled as she was, but then Rose thought that maybe they were just playing a prank on her for being near and tried to just forget about it. It could also be that she heard wrong or that her imagination was playing tricks on her. It was 3 in the morning and she was very tired. Fortunately, she was assigned a new assistant, Jenny, a young woman excited to learn by her side and who soon became her friend. Rose felt safer with Jenny, although Jenny had kind of an eccentric hobby. She liked to talk about urban legends and mysterious cases. Thanks to Jenny, Rose learned the terrifying truth about the old building they were now working in. The former mental home had been closed down due to horrible abuses by the staff on the patients. Some cases were so extreme that the staff would confine the patients for days and would even leave them immobilized in their beds, forgetting about them afterwards. They would even beat the ones who were more hysterical to calm them down or would leave them without food for days. It was a pretty grim picture. The mental home was crammed with patients who would wander the hallways with no supervision while the staff became overwhelmed and lost their humanity. It was a nightmare, one that would fortunately never happen again because the new center now had enough resources, as well as excellent workers such as Rose. And there was Jenny too, who turned out to be the perfect helper. However, one fateful night while Rose and Jenny were having a break together, that sinister voice sounded again through the loudspeakers. It called Rose again, this time to room 33 in the 3rd floor, while sending her partner Jenny to a different place. That was strange because even though the renovation of the floor was finished, it was still unoccupied. Intrigued, Jenny decided to go with Rose. However, when they were halfway there, as if the voice was observing them, it once again ordered Jenny to go somewhere else. And so, Rose had to keep going to room 33, alone. This time around, the hallways were illuminated with a dim light, but there was still nobody inside. She arrived at room 33 and slowly opened the door, as if she didn't want to wake up whoever was inside. And in fact, there was actually a patient there, lying on the bed. However, there were no machines around him and no relative or friend staying with him. Worried about the patient, Rose asked for permission to come in and turned on the light. However, what she saw left her frozen in shock. The walls had a new cushioning as if it had been renovated, but that made no sense since they no longer took care of mental patients in that medical center. There were also a lot of scratches on the cushions as well as bits of blood. She started to get scared, but even then she approached the patient to see if he needed her help. The texture of his skin was a bit strange with a yellowish tone. His eyes were closed, so she tried to call him softly. Since he wasn't responding, she walked towards him, and she suddenly started to experience a strange sensation. She tried to come closer, but with each step, she noticed the patient was getting farther and farther away from her, to the point that she started to get exasperated. She felt panic and wanted to run towards the door. However, when she turned around, she noticed she had never left her initial position. She looked at the patient once again and felt deep pity for him due to his terrible state.
And thus, she mustered all the courage she could and with determination tried to reach once again the patient's bed to see what was going on. And this time around, she actually managed to reach it. However, when she looked at the patient, what she saw petrified her in horror. She could barely contain a scream. When she touched the hand of the patient, she noticed that it was completely cold, with no life. She didn't need to take his pulse to know he was dead. And even then, suddenly, the patient reacted and opened its eyes. Rose didn't know if he was looking at her since its eyes were completely black as midnight. However, she could see herself reflected in those eyes. Shocked beyond belief, Rose let go of the hand of that patient and wanted to run back to the door. But it slammed shut on its own, confining her there. Terrorized, she slowly turned around to the bed once more. Now the bed was empty and the bed sheets were scrambled as if the patient had gotten up hastily. She tried to search for him around her, but the darkness of the room barely allowed her to distinguish the corners. She then heard a hoarse and deep whisper coming from a voice she immediately recognized. "You're just like the others. You're going to abandon me here. But now, you will never get out." Meanwhile, going back to her post, Jenny heard a scream coming from the third floor. Fearing for Rose, she rushed to room 33, but when she arrived, she turned on the lights and noticed nothing strange. The walls were smooth, recently painted with an immaculate color, and the modern beds were ready to be used. She searched the entire floor for Rose but couldn't find her, and thus Rose was never seen again. That fateful night, she had disappeared forever.
It all started when Marcus found out that he had a serious degenerative disease. Little by little, his strength in his body would be consumed, so he was forced to choose between a distant and painful death or an early death without suffering. Jack was his friend, but also a doctor. He took care of Marcus at all times, trying to make his life as pleasant and comfortable as possible. Knowing his friend's intentions to stop suffering, he made a trip to the West Indies to study some native methods of healing. There, he learned certain practices quite far from modern medicine: prohibited articles on monstrous surgical experiments, animal transplants in humans, brain modification, and many more studies unauthorized by the medicine of his country. 4 months later, Jack returned from his trip. His friend was anxious to see him again. Marcus's health condition had deteriorated a lot, and he was admitted to a hospital. The doctor explained to his friend the plan he had for him. In his trip, he had found a substance that produced a deep sleep to the one who took it. A near-death state was achieved, muscles relaxed completely, and even breathing and heartbeat ceased while the effects lasted. Jack assured him that he had seen the effects on several natives, and the results were amazing. Many had been cured of terminal illnesses, but for several days his body would remain so immobile that it would look like a corpse. Becoming visible, a state of rigor mortis. At first, Marcus wasn't too clear about the procedure. He began to feel fear and nausea, but on the other hand, the hope of recovery convinced him to continue. There could be the possibility of being cured, something that all the doctors considered impossible. Jack's plan was to administer a copious amount of the substance and leave his body in a semi-dead state. During that time, the disease would stop attacking him, since his body would be almost completely stopped. And in a few days, the disease would be gone and his body would be resurrected. However, there was a problem. It couldn't be known that the doctor had administered said substance, nor could he hide a semi-corpse in the hospital. That substance was illegal in his country, and if anyone found out, the doctor could go to jail. So, they had to simulate his death. It was a macabre and risky idea, but also the only hope of getting his life back. So, he accepted his proposal. After inoculating a necessary amount of the substance, Marcus would be declared deceased from his illness. He had many symptoms, so a coroner was not called, and the death was not investigated. After his burial, Jack would secretly open his friend's grave and bring him home unharmed. Jack had some doubts. What if he woke up in the grave before his friend rescued him? Although he knew that his condition would not last much longer. The thought of suffocating to death in his own grave tormented him. Fortunately, before he knew it, He had already fallen into a state of semi-paralysis and was immediately seized by a deep, dark sleep. Everything went as Jack had planned, even the plan of the exhumation of the grave. So that there would be no mistakes, they decided to mark the coffin with a number, 333. That way, they would know at all times that it was Marcus's coffin. In the cemetery, he left everything as it was. No one would ever find out that a body was missing there. The undertaker was an old friend of the doctor. He helped him with everything and would never reveal his macabre secret. A week later, Marcus woke up at Jack's house. His body was still paralyzed. He could only move his head weakly. However, all his senses were alert. He couldn't believe it. The plan had worked and he didn't feel any pain. A few days later, he was able to eat solid food, indicating that his body was slowly recovering. Jack was very interested in discussing all of his daily symptoms, always asking him if he was feeling anything special. With each passing day, he was getting better, but he still felt the effects of the paralysis. It seemed that his body was anesthetized. It was a strange feeling, since he had stopped suffering, because he felt no pain, and his mind worked normally. However, his body was still asleep. It was as if he had become quadriplegic. The doctor explained that the first resuscitation process had been carried out, but he didn't know exactly when the paralysis of the body would end. Marcus was beginning to feel strange with his friend. It seemed to him that he had paid more attention to his reactions and stimuli than to his own healing. Sometimes he could see a strange gleam in his eyes as he examined him, a kind of victorious flash of having brought him to life after death. The man continued to wait each day with sorrow for the return of his bodily functions. The doctor assured him that it was not long, and that he would enjoy an existence that few men had experienced. The following days, Marcus noticed his friend more and more distant. He felt that he was treating him only as an experiment. He often told him about his new jobs with transplants and cruel treatment of animals in the laboratory that made him shudder. Marcus still hadn't been able to see his body in its entirety since he had woken up, but with his sense of touch returning, he discovered that it had various forms that were unfamiliar to him. He gradually regained mobility in his hands and arms. However, he found it very difficult to get his limbs to obey the orders of his brain. He was totally taken aback. His hands had become clumsy. He had to perform a movement several times to get it done correctly. One day, he asked his friend if he could help him get up and sit on the bed. He felt strong enough to try. His legs seemed to have regained some strength, and he wanted to see how far he could go. At first, the doctor objected, but finally agreed. He advised him to cover himself well with the sheets so as not to be cold, which surprised Marcus. The temperature in the room was nice, but maybe it had something to do with the rehab. The man slowly sat up in bed. At that moment, Jack's face lit up. But Marcus felt as if his arms and legs were refusing to obey his commands. It scared him to be condemned the rest of his days to an absence of sensations. Before, he felt terrible pain, but now he was unable to feel anything. At night, his dreams also haunted him. He would wake up screaming horribly from his nightmares. He dreamed of corpses, cemeteries, lost souls, and macabre events. And meanwhile, in another room, Jack continued with his experiments without flinching, which made him pissed off. After several days of thinking about it, he decided to carry out a plan. He wanted to get out of there. When night came in the gloom, he managed to sit up and put his feet on the ground. The vertigo made him fall onto the mattress instantly. After a few minutes, he tried to get to his feet again, holding on to the bed. The feeling of disobedience in his legs made it much more difficult for him to walk. But little by little, with a candlestick in hand, he managed to reach the corridor of the house. He was heading for the exit, but as he passed the door to his friend's lab, he couldn't help but be curious about what was there. When he entered, what he saw terrified him. Animals, fetuses, bottles with liquids. It seemed to be inside a horror movie. In one corner, Jack was sleeping with his head on his desk, and a bottle of alcohol clutched in his hand. For a time, Marcus stood motionless before the scene, afraid that Jack would wake up, but then taking a step forward, he hit his head with the candlestick. The crack was followed by a jet of blood that fell from the table to the floor. But Marcus felt no remorse for killing his friend. He looked at all the specimens that were scattered around the room in various states of preservation. Jack had shown no mercy to them. He had gone too far in his experiments to deserve to continue living. And Marcus considered it his duty to do justice. He left the lab and staggered to the stairs that led down to the front door. He stumbled downstairs and reached the ground floor. He was still having a hard time keeping himself steady. so he grabbed an umbrella at the entrance and used it as a cane. He left the house and went to the cemetery where he had been buried. He approached his own grave, and he had a strange feeling. He began to scratch at the damp earth until his fingers tripped over the coffin. His fingers were bloody, but he felt no pain. The casket had the number 333 embossed on it. He tried to open the lid when a foul smell made him back down. Was there another dead man buried in his grave? Suddenly, the putrid smell became a familiar smell, horribly familiar. What had he become? He took off his pajamas, first his shirt and then his pants. He found himself with very hairy arms, too hairy to be human, and horrible legs, short and totally unknown to him. He had the body of a true monster. Jack had used him to accomplish his purposes. His body overturned any natural law of the human body. Marcus wanted to disappear. He didn't want to live that way. He understood why his friend always warned him to cover himself with the blankets, and he also understood why his body didn't obey him. Jack had treated him like another experiment. He was the result that artificial life could be possible. It had become his work of art. He grabbed the lid of the coffin again and opened it. He could see his own headless body was intact.
Years ago in Colombia, lived a couple that had 2 twin sons, Adam and Christopher, and even though they were identical on the outside, they had very different personalities. Adam helped his family as much as he could. He was a polite and respectful boy, and would also get the best grades in school. He was a great son. Meanwhile, his twin brother Christopher was exactly the opposite. His family would argue with him every day because of his disobedience. He neglected his schoolwork, insulted his teachers, and even got into physical fights often. His parents would always wonder how, despite receiving the same upbringing and education, their sons could be so different. Then, one day in his backyard, Christopher met with a group of friends who were fans of dark rituals and summoning games. Whenever he met with them, they would contact all kinds of spirits and otherworldly creatures. They usually used a Ouija board for that, but for this ritual that wouldn't be enough. They wanted to summon evil spirits, so they had to complete a number of challenges to do it successfully. Meanwhile, Adam was in his bedroom studying for an exam. He would sometimes look through the window to see what his brother was doing, but him and his friends would always hide behind a tree in the backyard. However, at one point he saw Sarah cross the garden, the girl he had a crush on. Adam immediately got up the chair and rushed downstairs. Christopher invited the young lady to meet with him, but she had no idea of his true intentions, offering her body to the beings of darkness he and his friends were going to summon. In his summoning book, it said that it was essential to offer a heart which was good, generous, and innocent, and Sarah had all of those qualities. Adam went into the yard and saw how the group chained Sarah up. He yelled at Christopher and ordered them all to unchain her and go home. He also tried to approach Sarah, but the group pushed him away. It's as if they were possessed and wouldn't stop repeating in unison, "The game is not over yet. The game is not over yet." Sarah started to cry and yell in horror. She was terrified and wanted to escape out of there. Christopher then grabbed a knife and cut the skin of the young lady's arm, making a line of blood flow from her wound. Seeing that, Adam started to fight the entire group. Unfortunately, they all hit him until he collapsed on the ground. They then kicked him while he was down, so he wouldn't have the strength to get back up. When they saw Adam no longer had the strength to interrupt the ritual, they held hands in a circle around Sarah and started to recite an incantation. She wouldn't stop crying and struggling, trying to free herself from the chains that tied her feet and hands. Adam noticed that a strong anger was starting to take a hold of him. He felt as if his veins were burning and how fury and hatred invaded his body. He took a deep breath, managed to get up, and grabbed the knife that Christopher had used before. Adam managed to stab all of Christopher's friends, one by one, leaving his brother for last. Adam approached Christopher, who for some reason didn't even try to escape. Adam looked directly into his brother's eyes and stabbed him in the heart. As Christopher was bleeding to death, his last words to Adam were, "The game is not over yet. One day, another soul will free me." Adam responded saying, "As long as my soul remains, I will not let you escape from hell. That will be your game." Adam unchained Sarah and told her to escape. The young lady rushed out of there, and just when she was about to get out of the yard, she looked back and saw Adam stab himself with the knife and fall on his knees. A year after what happened,
Sarah still had not recovered from that horrible experience. That afternoon, she was about to be sacrificed as part of a satanic ritual, and then she witnessed how the boy she liked killed his brother and his friends, to then end his own life. She was sick of visiting the graveyard, spending afternoons with her psychologist, and taking sleeping pills. Every night she would see visions of Adam in her room, trapped with Christopher and his friends somewhere between life and death. They were all chained in some sort of limbo where Adam was constantly tormented as part of their demonic game. Adam sacrificed his life to save hers, so now it was her turn to do something to help him. Sarah started to study different books about witchcraft and invocations, and met with a group of young people who were fascinated about those subjects. She looked for ways to contact her friend, and once she had the people and the necessary materials to do it, she didn't hesitate to try. Sarah invited her new friends to her house and explained who were Christopher and Adam. She didn't want her friends to be deceived in any way, and they had to understand very well what was their mission: liberate Adam so he could finally rest in peace, and leave Christopher and his friends trapped in their twisted game. When Sarah's parents finally went out, the group started the ritual. They placed a lit candle on each window and started to recite a number of incantations. Then all of the candles in the house suddenly went out on their own. Christopher and his friends had started their game. Sarah looked everywhere and yelled, "I challenge you, Christopher!" She suddenly felt an intense headache. Christopher was chained in limbo, but that didn't prevent him from brutally attacking his opponents. Sarah's friends quickly lit all the candles again. Their light would help protect them from evil otherworldly beings. The next step was summoning Adam. Sarah stood in front of a mirror and said, "Adam, your brother's back." Suddenly, Sarah saw Adam right in front of her. He was chained by the feet and hands, just like she was on that fateful afternoon, and a few seconds later his face vanished. Sarah had explained the mission to all of her friends, but none of them knew the true risks of Christopher's game. Turns out she had to offer herself as a sacrifice once more. However, if she managed to free herself, she would save Adam so he could finally rest in peace. However, if she didn't manage to free herself, the sacrifice would exchange her soul for a chained soul. In other words, Sarah's soul would now be trapped between life and death, and Christopher would come back, thus winning his game. When everyone understood the danger Sarah was putting herself in, they all got extremely worried. But it was too late. They knew how dangerous it was to abandon the ritual without finishing it. There was no turning back. They started the first challenge. The group chained Sarah's feet and hands and made a cut on her arm. Then all the memories of that horrible afternoon came back to her. She was very scared, but was determined to win the game. The group then started to recite the necessary incantations, and suddenly the room felt bigger, and a thick fog started to invade it. Sarah's chains tightened. Now the spirits were the ones who had her chained. From the darkness, a crib with a baby appeared, but this baby was extremely strange. He had claws instead of nails, and blood was coming out of his mouth. In his hands there was a key, which was necessary to get to the next challenge. Sarah's group had to take the key from the baby without waking him up. If they did, the baby would slaughter them all. They managed to carefully get the key from him. Despite his claws, the baby seemed peaceful and defenseless. However, Sarah told them to kill the baby. It wasn't really alive, but it wasn't dead either. They had to free him from his earthly hell so that nobody could ever do that challenge again. They all obeyed Sarah. They trusted her and were convinced that she knew what she was doing. The moment they stabbed the little one in the heart, one of Sarah's chains fell to the floor. They overcame the first challenge. They were on the right track. Sarah had studied the ritual very well and knew that the next challenge was one of the most complicated ones. The group started hearing noises in the kitchen. They saw several evil beings there, chained and eating at the kitchen table. They had to pass as other chained evil beings and get a secret code. In this challenge, Sarah's friends couldn't help her. If any of the chained spirits saw a mortal, they would try to kill them. Thus, Sarah had to pass as one of them and get the number they needed. She went in doing little jumps, since her chained feet didn't allow her to walk. There were several chained zombies in the kitchen, all of them enjoying the food on the table. Human flesh, to be precise. The stench was unbearable, but Sarah had to endure it and not raise suspicion. She sat on the last empty chair at the table and saw on her plate a child's hand. She couldn't help but gag. Noticing that, one of the zombies leered at her. Sarah couldn't let them discover her, so she lowered her head and bit the hand. When she started to chew, the zombie stopped looking at her and kept on eating. Sarah had to find the secret code as soon as possible. She didn't know how much longer she could stay there without throwing up. As she chewed on the hand's index finger, she saw that the plate of the zombie next to her had 4 numbers engraved on it. She couldn't see them clearly, so with a quick movement she pushed the food off the plate and managed to read the code, 3663. The zombie realized she was immortal and tried to alert the rest, but Sarah managed to headbutt him in the face. All the zombies stopped eating and stood up, but she yelled, "He's a human! He's a human! He's pretending to be one of us!" All the zombies plunged toward him, and she took advantage of the commotion to exit the kitchen with the code memorized. She went back to her group with one less chain, having completed the second challenge. All they had to do now was free Adam using the code and the key. Then, 2 chests appeared in front of them. One had written on it the number 3663. The other one said 6336. Sarah started feeling doubt. She was no longer sure if she remembered perfectly the combination of numbers. If she opened the wrong chest, all of their efforts would have been in vain, and her soul would be exchanged for Christopher's. Sarah closed her eyes and let her intuition choose. She pointed to one of the chests with her head and told her group to open it. They introduced the key, turned it, but the chest was empty. They were puzzled. Why was it empty? What did that mean?
The room fell into a deep silence. The friends who accompanied her trembled with fear, but no one dared to say a word. Suddenly, they could hear a voice. "You have fallen into my trap, Sarah. You have released my spirit, and now I am free to roam in search of revenge." It was Christopher. An icy wind began to blow, and the candles extinguished one by one, leaving everyone in complete darkness. Sarah's heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, her friends began to yell, but their voices sounded distant. She desperately searched for them in the dark, but they were no longer by her side. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that they had been dragged to another place by Christopher's spirit. She felt completely alone. Suddenly, a blurry, ghostly figure appeared in front of her. It was Adam, but his face was changed and his gaze was empty. Sarah realized he wasn't really him, but an illusion created by his brother's spirit. The false Adam reached out to her and said in a sinister voice, "Join us, Sarah. Join this eternal dance of terror and darkness. There is no escape for you." Sarah's heart was pounding, but she was filled with strength and courage, rejecting the false Adam's offer and screaming with all her might, "I will not submit to you, Christopher. I will not let fear control me." The spirit roared in rage, and the room shook violently. Objects flew through the air, and the young woman struggled to stay on her feet. In the midst of the chaos, a memory from her childhood surfaced in her mind. It was a sacred place, an old abandoned chapel in the woods. She remembered the stories her late grandmother told her about the power of faith and the protection of the divine. Desperate, she called on the name of God and closed her eyes, trusting that someone would hear her. In an instant, everything stopped. The whirlwind subsided, and the room returned to normal. Sarah was no longer in the room. She was in the middle of the forest chapel. Candlelight flickered around her, and a feeling of peace and protection washed over her. Her grandmother, kneeling on one of the benches, kept her hands together in prayer and smiled at her. A tear fell down her cheek. It had been years since her grandmother had died, and seeing her again had moved her. But the calm was short-lived, and suddenly Christopher appeared at her side. The chapel seemed to tremble at his presence. "You can't get away from me." Sarah looked around and found a wooden cross in the corner of the chapel. She walked over to it and held it firmly in her hands. "Your power is great, Christopher, but you are not invincible," she said in a firm voice. "Faith can be more powerful than any darkness." With a piercing cry, the young woman raised the cross towards the spirit. A brilliant light emanated from it, filling the chapel with a strong glow. Christopher writhed and screamed in pain, unable to bear the divine presence. Sarah closed her eyes and said a silent prayer, trusting that God would protect her. When she opened them again, she was back in the same room as before. The place was silent once more, and the candles were burning again. Sarah was exhausted, but also relieved to see that she had managed to repel Christopher. With shaky steps, she approached the chests again. She didn't know if she really had passed the challenge or if all that had happened was another illusion created by the Vengeful spirit. However, this time she did not hesitate. She selected the chest with the combination 6336 and with shaking hands inserted the key. To her surprise and relief, the chest opened, revealing a bright light within. Sarah had to squeeze her eyes shut. When she finally opened them, she saw something move inside the mirror. It was Adam, unchained with his serene, calm gaze. He had been released. Adam smiled weakly and said softly, "Thank you for saving me, my friend." Sarah felt tears fill her eyes as she touched her fingers to the mirror, as if trying to grasp at his. Finally, she had achieved what she longed for, to free Adam's soul from the darkness. Meanwhile, Christopher was still trapped in some dark corner with no way out. He had lost his game and his soul was doomed to wander forever in the darkness he himself had sought. She had managed to save her friend, but the price had been high. Her new friends who had accompanied her on that dangerous mission were lost somewhere between life and death, victims of those sinister games. Suddenly she heard a whisper. He was Christopher again. "Don't you dare celebrate your victory, Sarah. I will continue to haunt you in your nightmares. You will never escape me." Sarah's eyes filled with determination. She knew she couldn't allow Christopher's spirit to haunt her forever. Trembling inside, she steeled herself and faced the darkness. "I am no longer afraid of you, Christopher. Light and faith will protect me from your attempts at revenge. I will not yield to your threats." The atmosphere became even more oppressive, but Sarah didn't back down. She clutched the cross she had brought with her from the abandoned chapel and began to recite a prayer. Brilliant light emanated from the cross, creating a protective barrier around her and Adam. Christopher's spirit howled in rage and tried to unsettle her with terrifying and distorted images. But Sarah didn't give in to the hallucinations. She closed her eyes and concentrated on her faith. Little by little, Christopher's evil presence weakened, unable to penetrate the barrier of light Sarah had created. The vengeful spirit became a distant whisper, and finally, he disappeared into the darkness. When Sarah opened her eyes, the atmosphere had returned to normal. The room was quiet and serene, with no sign of Christopher's spirit. Her friends hugged her tightly. They were back! Sarah turned to the mirror and there she could see Adam's reflection, who looked at her with gratitude and relief. "You did it. You beat Christopher and you pushed him away. Thank you for saving me. Now I can rest." She smiled, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment, although her heart was filled with sadness knowing that she would never see him again. She knew that she had done the right thing in freeing his soul. Although the nightmare was over, the memory of those events would remain in the young woman's heart forever. Thus, the story of the brave Sarah who faced the darkness became a legend of terror that would remain in the memory of the residents of that town in Colombia. Charlotte had just arrived at a psychiatric center to work as a substitute doctor. The center's manager had shown her the facility and the proper process to treat the patients. All she had to do now was the most boring part, reading and studying all the patients' clinical histories. That way, she would be able to get to know them better and know how to treat them properly. The manager took the substitute doctor to her new office and left her with 2 boxes filled with reports. "You got work to do, Charlotte. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to help you," said the manager. Charlotte said goodbye and sat at the desk. In that office, still remained a few personal items from the other doctor she was standing in for. There was a calendar with some notes, a coffee cup, and a clock. She then opened the first drawer of the desk and saw an envelope with huge letters that said, "Do not read." She hesitated, but decided to leave the envelope back in the drawer and start studying the patient's histories. However, later that day, after she had read just 3 reports, Charlotte once again had the temptation of reading whatever was inside that secret envelope. She opened the drawer once more to peek at its contents. The envelope wasn't sealed, so she thought nobody would notice if she read whatever was inside, just a little bit. From the envelope, she took out many papers which seemed to be reports, and on the first page was a warning saying that it contained a testimony of a patient who had suffered from a demonic possession. The author warned that if the reader kept on reading the report, they could come into contact with unknown forces. And in case the reader wished to continue, the author recommended that they recite a protection prayer located in the last page of the record. After reading that, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh. She didn't believe at all in the paranormal and thought this was all just a welcome prank. And so she decided to read the second page. It was a patient's file. Name, Samantha Black. Age, 18. Father, Gerald Black. Currently in prison due to murder charges. Mother, Marie Black. Passed away after giving birth to her youngest daughter. Sister, Ashley Black. Murdered. Was found dead in her father's car. Patient diagnosis: multiple personality disorder, schizophrenia, and epilepsy. The patient affirms to have been possessed by the devil. Observations: the patient sleeps on the floor, eats spiders and flies, and drinks her own urine. Screams in her room for hours until she coughs blood out of the exertion. She tears apart all the clothes provided by the center. Dr. Alfred Simpson. Charlotte's eyes lit up. She realized those papers were not a joke. They were official documents signed and stamped by the psychiatric center. However, she still couldn't understand why they wanted to keep them a secret. Samantha's case seemed so interesting. Charlotte loved challenges, and helping that patient would be the perfect challenge for her. She started reading the next page. At the top, the author once again warned the reader to stop reading. Well, I already started, so it wouldn't make sense to just stop now, justified Charlotte to herself. And in that very page, she saw the transcription of an interview with Samantha conducted by Dr. Simpson. It all started when my sister Ashley confessed to me that her room was haunted. She told me that every night she felt an evil presence observing her, and that it would even hurt her sometimes.
So you believe in ghosts too, Samantha?
No, it wasn't a ghost, doctor. It was something worse. Something diabolical. Everything went wrong and my sister was getting worse and worse.
What happened to her?
Days before her death, she would scream all around the house that the devil was chasing her. My father didn't believe her, and neither did her friends. Only I believed her. However, she would tell me to leave her alone, but she was my little sister and I wanted to help her.
And what happened next?
Ashley told me that the devil had possessed her. She spent the entire day vomiting without eating anything. My father then entered her room and saw her body trembling with violent shakes, and she started adopting body postures which are just impossible in humans.
Do you think your father killed your sister out of fear?
All my father wanted was to help her in her soul. Charlotte was enthralled by the interview. It was the most interesting case she had ever read. And as she was thinking that, she noticed as if a shadow quickly passed in front of her. It's just my imagination, she told herself. She was pretty sure it was just her mind playing tricks on her. Charlotte started reading the next page of the report, and on top was another warning telling the reader to stop. But she didn't. She kept reading the interview until she heard a strange noise. It sounded like steps, but they were too loud to be coming from a human. She wasn't familiar with the noises of the hospital yet, so she decided to not give it importance and kept on reading. One night, when she was no longer with us, I slept in her room. I was curious about whatever my sister had seen, and suddenly, the bed started to shake and the walls started to make strange noises, as if someone was hitting them from the other side. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, and then that climbed onto the bed and crawled into my chest, pressing its face against mine.
And did it speak to you? Did it say anything?
It told me its name.
And what was its name?
Doctor, I'm scared. I don't want to keep going. I'm seeing horrible things right now.
They are just hallucinations. They are not real. Please make an effort to remember.
If I say its name, it will come here and it can hurt you, Doctor. But if you really want to take that risk, then I'll tell you. Its name is... Charlotte, as she kept on reading the interview, unconsciously said the name out loud. And she worriedly covered her mouth with her hands after doing so. Her heart started beating violently as she felt how someone was observing her. She tried to think about something else, but in her mind, she was constantly repeating the name of the demon she had just invoked.
Your thoughts betray you.
Charlotte suddenly heard, not knowing where that voice was coming from. And then she remembered the protection prayer that should be at the end of the report. She looked at the final page and saw a note which said, I warned you to stop reading. One of the biggest defects humans have is their restless curiosity. They don't listen to you, even when you warn them about the dangers ahead. I destroy the protection prayer since I have to free myself from it. To save myself, I need to transfer this curse to someone else. So good luck, curious doctor. Signed, Dr. Simpson. Charlotte then screamed in terror when she felt how some kind of being started overpowering over. She was paralyzed while something whispered 3 words in her ear. Words which shook and horrified her to the very core. You are mine. Lisa, a loving and devoted mother, had let her 2 young children, Mark and Elena, ages 5 and 7, play near the pool while she prepared food. She heard the laughter of the little ones from the window, running from one side to the other. However, suddenly, the happiness disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Elena fell into the water, the glow of her smile soon turning into a silent scream of despair. Mark, in panic, screamed at the top of his lungs for his mother to help. However, the seconds ticked by, and when Lisa finally heard her son's heartbreaking cries, it was too late. The years passed with an unbearable weight, and the tragedy that had devastated the family left invisible scars. Mark, now a man, had become a loving husband and attentive father to his wife and young daughter. His mother, on the other hand, spent years locked up in a psychiatric center, immersed in the darkness of her own mind after losing her daughter in the pool. However, time and therapy seemed to have healed her wounds enough for doctors to consider her recovered and grant her the freedom to rebuild her life. Determined to forge a new future, she headed towards the city where her son lived. Although that obsession that consumed her didn't take long to manifest itself. From the shadows, Lisa began stalking Mark and his family. Stealthily, she watched every step they took, every smile and every tear of their daughter, eager to find a place in their lives. It was then that Lisa discovered that Emily, Mark's wife, trusted a nanny to help them take care of the little girl when they worked. The occasion was perfect. The nanny had already arranged to take care of the girl the next day. Lisa knew what she had to do. Without warning, she showed up at the door of the babysitter's house. The young woman opened the door and heard her words, but she felt confused. Emily hadn't mentioned anything about a grandmother. Before she could even react, a brutal blow to the head left her dazed and she fell to the ground. The grandmother mercilessly proceeded to suffocate the young woman with a cushion from the couch. Blow after blow, the nanny's life faded away. The grandmother, victorious, stood up and grabbed the deceased mobile phone. She wrote a text message to Emily, telling her that she wouldn't be able to care for the child for several weeks due to other commitments. Satisfied with her act, she left the house and headed towards the next point, her own son's house. Mark, with an expression of surprise and discomfort, came face to face with his mother at the door. It was a meeting he had imagined many times in his mind, but had never fully prepared for. His voice breaking, he asked Lisa what had brought her there. With a strained but hopeful smile, she responded, "Honey, I have finally been freed, and I'm looking forward to seeing you and meeting my precious granddaughter." Reluctantly, he led his mother into the house. His little daughter, Holly, oblivious to the tensions between her father and grandmother, jumped for joy upon meeting a new part of the family. Excitement filled the room as the girl hugged her, delighted to have a grandmother she had not had the chance to meet before. Emily, also willing to give Lisa a chance, expressed her joy at meeting her mother-in-law. However, Mark's discomfort persisted. His mother's arrival brought with it a flood of painful memories. While everyone was settling in, Emily read the babysitter's message on her cell phone announcing her absence. The parents were worried about how they would organize that time, as there was no one else available to care for their daughter while they were at work. Lisa, with a smile, offered them a solution. She explained that although she had rented a new house, the move wasn't yet complete and she planned to stay in a hotel. The girl, excited to have her grandmother by her side, asked that she stay home with them. Emily supported the idea, and despite his discomfort, Mark ended up giving in to his family's pleas. After everyone retired to their rooms, the father spoke privately with his wife. He confessed the deep discomfort he felt with his mother at home. He remembered how their relationship had ended badly after that fateful day at the pool. Lisa had blamed him her entire life for Lena's death, even though he was just a child at the time and couldn't have done anything. He had spent years in therapy with psychologists and psychiatrists to overcome the feeling of guilt that his mother had created in him. Emily assured him that everything would be fine. If they had let his mother out of the center, it was because she had left all those problems behind. Meanwhile, in the room that had been prepared for her, the grandmother carefully took a photo of Elena out of the suitcase, her deceased daughter. She looked at the picture and spoke to the frame with a trembling voice. "We will finally be together again, my dear daughter." The next morning, the smell of freshly brewed coffee wafted from the kitchen. Grandma, determined to play her role as a matriarch, got up early to prepare everyone's breakfast. However, there was a surprise guest, Emily's best friend Sarah, that she would also have breakfast with the family in the garden. While the lady was trying to balance a tray full of coffee cups, Sarah accidentally tripped over the grandmother, causing her to spill some of the contents. Lisa's response was cold and abrupt, promising that she would make more coffee. Sarah, bewildered and hurt by the disproportionate response, returned to the others who were waiting for her in the garden. However, the look of hatred that the grandmother gave her didn't go unnoticed. In the afternoon, the parents had commitments that forced them to go out, leaving Holly and a little friend playing at home under the care of grandmother. While the lady was watching the two girls having fun, she saw that they were getting too close to the edge of the pool and she felt a chill. With hysterical screams, she called from the window to Holly to get away from the water, but the girl, excited by the game, ignored her order. Then the grandmother came out of the kitchen with the knife she was using to prepare the snack in her hand and approached Holly's little friend threateningly, accusing her of being a bad influence on her granddaughter. The tension in the air became greater as the grandmother pronounced the name of her deceased daughter, Elena, to call her granddaughter. Holly's little friend began to cry, terrified by the situation, while the grandmother continued advancing with the knife in her hand. It was then that Sarah, the family friend, entered the garden and witnessed the chilling situation. The grandmother, totally out of her mind, yelling at two little girls and with a knife in her hand. The first thing that crossed her mind was to take her cell phone out of her pocket and record the scene. The grandmother realized that she was being watched by Sarah, and with a twist in her expression, she abandoned her attack gesture and ran away. That same night, Sarah was transferring video from her phones to the computer at home when she heard a noise coming from the door. Cautiously, she approached, and the grandmother, stealthy as a shadow, was there. She had followed her home. She demanded that she delete the video and swear that she would never reveal what she had seen. But Sarah, brave and determined, refused. In a terrifying twist, the grandmother pulled out a knife and stabbed her into her body, letting her fall to the ground. Without showing even an ounce of remorse, the grandmother walked away from the crime scene, leaving the woman on the ground seriously injured as she walked away with a satisfied smile on her face. The police eventually discovered the bodies of the babysitter and Sarah, and the sadness Emily felt was unimaginable. The days passed slowly, full of pain, and with her grandmother supporting them in one of the darkest moments of their lives. In her mind, there was no reason to suspect this lady, whose support and caring for little Holly was becoming more and more crucial. However, Grandma's help began to take a turn. She started buying new clothes for her granddaughter, but they weren't the modern and current clothes that the girl preferred. On the other hand, Grandmother chose outdated clothes, fashion styles from more than 30 years ago. The mother was surprised to see her daughter dressed strangely and told her that it wasn't necessary to buy her new clothes. However, the grandmother insisted that she would be prettier this way. Without realizing it, she was turning Holly into her deceased daughter. On the other hand, the grandmother began to hide the girl's favorite stuffed animals, causing her distress. Instead of her usual toys, she gave her old, half-broken rag dolls, the same ones that had belonged to Elena. Holly showed no interest, but her grandmother insisted that she play with them. Little by little, the lady began to supplant the mother in many of her daily tasks. She would get up early and take the girl to school without prior notice, leaving the mother disoriented and worried. On other occasions, she would promise to take Holly to events, such as birthdays, without consulting her parents, and then show up instead, explaining that the mother couldn't take the girl for some reason. All of these situations brought the mother to a breaking point. Feeling that the grandmother was crossing unacceptable limits, she decided to talk to her husband and tell him everything that was happening. With concern in her voice, she shared her fears and frustrations with him, hoping that together they could resolve the situation. The husband, upon hearing the series of events that had unfolded since his mother's arrival, promised to solve the problem next day. He decided it was time to talk to her and ask her to leave their house. The next day, with the girl at school and the mother at work, only the father and grandmother were left at home. Mark, determined to restore balance to his home, approached his mother and expressed that they needed to reclaim their space. He suggested that she return home and that everyone maintain their usual routines. However, the mother's reaction was totally unexpected. Grandma showed her true colors, releasing a wave of anger and resentment pent upon years. She began to blame her son, reminding him over and over that he had been to blame for the tragedy at the pool, which had taken her daughter from her. Mark, stunned and dismayed, asked her to stop blaming him and shouted at her that her behavior was unacceptable. But her mother became increasingly aggressive, insisting that she would now get back to the daughter he had taken from her. The situation became uncontrollable, and the woman pushed Mark, who fell rolling down the stairs of the house, remaining unconscious. The grandma picked Holly up from school before dismissal and took her to her old house, where she had lived with her children years before. At that moment, Emily received a call from a doctor informing her that her husband was admitted in serious condition. Without wasting time, she decided to go to school first to pick up her daughter and then go to the hospital together. However, at school, she was informed that Holly was no longer there, as she had been picked up by her grandmother. Emily tried to call Grandma, but she didn't answer. With her heart pounding with anguish and fear, Emily felt that time was running out and rushed to the hospital to see her husband. When she got to the room, her husband woke up and revealed that his mother had pushed him down the stairs and that she was still mentally unbalanced. He warned her that their daughter was in danger. Emily ran out of the hospital room, determined to find Holly at all costs. After a series of unsuccessful searches, she came to the conclusion that the grandmother might have taken her to the house where her husband had grown up. With her heart in her fist, she headed towards that place, praying that her daughter was safe. Meanwhile, at Grandma's house, Holly was trapped in a nightmare. Desperate, she begged the woman to let her go with her mother. However, she responded by calling her Elena, insisting that she was her mother. She took her to the room that had belonged to her daughter, a place that was frozen in time. The walls were adorned with paintings of Elena, her dolls were arranged on the shelf, and her clothes hung in the closet. The grandmother forced her to dress in her deceased daughter's dresses and behave as if she were her. Holly desperately needed her mother. In a moment of hope, she saw Emily crouching by the window. She gestured for her to stay quiet and then slipped through the window into the house. While Grandma's back was turned, busy in the kitchen, Emily took the opportunity to grab her daughter and take her away. However, as soon as the grandmother realized it, she launched after them. Mother and daughter ran down the hallway, trying to escape from the woman who was chasing them with a knife in her hand. Finally, Emily managed to lock herself and her daughter in one of the rooms, while the grandmother screamed and threatened them on the other side of the door. That room had no windows, and it seemed like there was no escape. Then Emily told her daughter to hide in the closet, promising that she would save her and bring her back home. Determinedly, she left the room in a desperate attempt to confront Grandma. When she came face to face with the woman, they began to struggle, fighting with all their might. In the midst of the tense fight, the grandmother stabbed her in the arm with a knife, almost ending her life. But in a stroke of luck, Emily managed to knock the gun out of her hand and stabbed it into her leg, causing the woman to fall to the ground. Taking advantage of that moment, Emily grabbed her daughter and ran out of the house, escaping the nightmare she had experienced. The grandmother was again locked up in the psychiatric center, as her dangerous obsession with her late daughter continued. Mark recovered from his injuries and was finally able to return home to Emily and Holly. Together, they began to rebuild their lives, taking advantage at every moment they had enjoyed as a family. However, everyone knew that the grandmother was cunning, and that sooner or later she would fool the doctors at the center and obtain her release again. Emily and Mark knew that as soon as she was released, she would try again to recover Holly, who had been the main object of her unhealthy obsession. They couldn't allow themselves to let their guard down, as they were all aware that the threat was still lurking. It was summer and classes had come to an end. Jake was excited because on those dates they always moved to his grandparents' house. Accustomed to living during the rest of the year between buildings and roads, for him it was the best season, because his grandparents lived in a rural area. There he could swim in the river, climb the trees, discover many animals. In that town, he had many things to have fun with. The only bad thing was that all the neighbors were elderly. Even the village school had been closed 30 years ago. He was the only child there. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted. Well, everything except go across the river to the old school. His grandparents always told him that that place was very dirty and there were rats, that there were glass and he could be cut. In short, they didn't want him to go there. One day, playing on the swings in the garden, he heard some children laughing. He was very surprised and ran to see where the voices were coming from. Would he finally have a friend to play with? When he got closer to the river, he could see a group of children playing in the abandoned schoolyard. He stood watching from a distance, and soon one of the little ones looked up and smiled at him. "Hello, come and play with us," he told him. All the children, with an exaggeratedly long smile, began to shout at the same time. Be our friend! Be our friend! Jake knew his grandparents would be upset if he disobeyed them, but he was so excited that he decided to cross to the other side of the river. Carefully, he jumped between the stones that allowed him to cross the stream. As he got closer, the children's singing became louder and their smiles grew wider and wider. Just as he was about to jump the last stone, a hand grabbed him from behind. It was his grandfather dragging him home. Upon arrival, the boy asked him why he couldn't go, and his grandfather told him that it was a dangerous place. Dangerous? But there was nothing. As the days passed, Jake couldn't get those kids out of his mind. He couldn't have fun with anything. He just wanted to go back there and see if they were still in the same place. So without his grandparents knowing, he sneaked out of the house and ran to the river. When he was close, he could hear the children calling him again. Be our friend! Be our friend! They were laughing out loud. It looked like they were having a great time. Their mouths were drawn into a smile so long it seemed unreal. They were really happy that Jake was there with them. When he jumped over the small wall of the school, he saw that on the wall there was an old mural with some children painted on it. It was very worn. That painting had to be at least 30 years old, as many as the center had been closed. As the group approached him to greet him, he felt a chill. Those children were identical to those in the old mural. Nah, impossible. This school has been closed for many years. Jay walked hand in hand with those little ones and played and played. He lost count of how long he had been there. Minutes? Hours? Days? Years. Jake didn't go back to his grandparents' house, even though the abandoned schoolyard has a new drawing on the mural. Now, there are 5 children painted. A few days before her birthday, Heather lived a day like any other. Her morning routine went on as usual. She woke up early, took a shower, got dressed, and prepared to go to school. Her parents, always busy with work, barely spending time with her, but Heather understood. Fortunately, she always had Eva, her best friend. They spent most of their time together. That particular day, during recess, the 2 friends sat in a secluded corner. Eva seemed to have something to tell her as she watched her with excitement. It was clear that it had to do with her birthday gift. With a smile, Eva asked her to close her eyes. When Heather opened them, she saw a gold necklace in Eva's hand, a symbol of their friendship. The necklace was designed to hold a small photo inside, and Heather received it with tears of joy. What was most amazing was that without even knowing, Heather had also prepared a surprise for her. She took a silver necklace from her pocket, one she had kept with great care. For them, gold and silver represented their bond, 2 precious and different metals. Suddenly the bell rang, signaling the end of recess and bringing them back to reality. She wore the necklace proudly, promising she would always take care of it. After school, Heather was heading home when she noticed something different in her neighborhood. A new family had moved in across from her house. Without thinking it too much, she approached to welcome them. Among the boxes and the hustle of the move, she saw a young man who took her breath away. From the moment she saw him, she felt something she had never experienced before. Without a second thought, she walked up to him and introduced herself, welcoming him. The young man's name was Marcus Baker. He thanked her for the welcome and mentioned that his parents had spoken about her a few hours earlier. The conversation was brief, as he had to go back to help his mother with the furniture. But those few words were enough for Heather to feel completely captivated. Blushing, she said goodbye and quickly walked back home, where her parents were waiting with her usual question about how her day had gone. Although she could barely contain her excitement, she simply answered that everything had gone well. With the image of Marcus lingering in her mind, she went up to her room, organized her notebooks, and began her schoolwork. Despite her attempt to concentrate, her mind kept wandering, thinking about her new neighbor. When night came, she followed her usual routine, brushing her teeth and getting ready for bed. However, that night marked the beginning of something terrifying. While she slept, the first nightmare arrived without warning, disturbing her rest. It had been very strange, but who hasn't had a horrible nightmare at least once? The next morning, after waking up and taking a shower, Heather went to the mirror to brush her teeth and comb her hair. But what she saw wasn't her usual reflection. Instead of her face, she saw the face of a young woman with blindfolded eyes, short hair, and a sinister smile that froze her blood. Confused and terrified, she looked again. But then she only found her normal reflection, just like always. She tried to calm herself, convincing herself it had been a simple hallucination. Throughout the afternoon, after school and finishing her homework, Heather decided she wanted to spend more time with Marcos. She also thought about introducing him to Eva, hoping that the most important people in her life would meet each other. The 3 of them spent a pleasant afternoon talking and laughing. She couldn't stop thinking about him, although she knew there was a big age gap. Marcus was 18, and he would never be interested in a girl like her. However, since the arrival of that family to the neighborhood, strange events had begun to happen. The nightmares continued, and the figure of the girl in the mirror reappeared again and again. In each dream, the situation worsened. That sinister figure tried to kill her in very violent and terrifying ways. It burned her alive until she was reduced to ashes, tore off her head, and on other occasions it split her limbs in two. However, the most painful moment always came at the end. The girl held a pair of huge scissors and stabbed Heather's eyes with them. Tears filled her. She wondered what those dreams could mean. The day of her 11th birthday arrived. Her parents were excited, preparing to organize a surprise party. Although they had the day off, they needed time to decorate and organize everything before the celebration. They didn't know who to leave Heather with while they worked on their preparations so she wouldn't find out. This led them to consider asking their new neighbors, the Bakers, for help. Despite her mother's doubts, it seemed like a good option, as they had been very kind people. So they went to the Baker house to ask them for the favor. When they arrived, only Marcus was home, and he kindly agreed to look after Heather until they were done. Everything seemed to be in order, but as soon as her parents left, he took out his phone and made a call. He mentioned that the plan was in motion, and after laughing sinisterly. Meanwhile, Heather was returning from school. When she arrived home, she was surprised to see the door slightly ajar. Perhaps her parents had gone out for something. However, upon entering, she was startled to find Marcus sitting on the couch in her living room. There were birthday decorations, but it seemed like they hadn't finished. Some balloons, a happy birthday banner with several letters still missing, and various sweets on the table. The young man explained that her parents had asked him to look after her, but there was something in his tone, a strange laugh, that made Heather feel increasingly uncomfortable. The situation worsened when Heather asked when her parents would return, and Marcus coldly told her they wouldn't be coming back. Suddenly, two more young men entered the room. Fear completely overtook Heather as she slowly backed away, so Heather decided to take action. She grabbed her backpack and threw it at Marcus with all her strength, taking advantage of the confusion to flee. She ran to her room while the two friends chased her, armed with knives. Although they managed to tear her clothes and injure her arms and legs, Heather managed to escape and reach her room. She quickly locked the door and devised a plan. She opened the window to make them think she had escaped and then hid under the bed, hoping the trick would work. The young people entered by destroying the door to his room and began their search. Seeing the window open, Marcus, irritated, ordered his friends to go out and look for her on the street. They were about to leave the room when Heather accidentally let out a small gasp. One of the boys heard her and stopped. Terrified, Heather watched as he crouched down, slowly lifting the blanket that covered the bottom. At that moment, her hiding place was discovered. Heather ran away, but before she could escape, the youths caught her. Although she screamed and cried for help, Marcus silenced her by hitting her on the head with a lamp. The blow left her unconscious on the ground. When the girl woke up, she had a great pain in her head. Blood ran down her forehead from the blow. Opening her eyes wide, she found herself tied to a chair, her hands pinned behind her back and her legs secured to the front paws. Panic filled her as she watched Marcus and his friends approach her. "Why are you doing this? And where are Mom and Dad?" Marcus started to laugh. Then he stood in front of her, with his face close to hers as he answered, "Well, let's just say they had to leave for a long, long time." Then he took his cell phone out of his pocket and showed her some terrible photographs. Two severed hands could be seen, with a wedding ring on each one. Heather quickly recognized the rings. They were her parents' mutilated hands. Marcos offered her a way out. If she wanted to survive, she would have to become his slave. She refused his demands again and again, but that made him even more angry. He ordered one of his friends to untie her right arm, holding it in the air. And without hesitation, he cut it with a knife. The pain was so intense that Heather barely reacted. Her screams were silenced as her body trembled. Blood flowed and her arm lay on the ground. Not content with the suffering, Marcus grabbed some scissors from the kitchen and coldly stuck them in her left eye. He brutally removed the eye and then mercilessly proceeded to do the same to her right eye, leaving her blind and disfigured. Heather could no longer see anything but darkness, as blood flowed from the sockets where her eyes used to be. Finally, after so much suffering, her body stopped responding. Marcus, irritated, cursed her corpse. After uttering his last words of contempt, he and his friends abandoned her, leaving her lying and bleeding on the floor of her house. Heather woke up in a place that seemed straight out of a nightmare, surrounded by the screams of other people. Her wounds were still open, everything was confusing and terrifying. As she tried to understand where she was, a voice sounded around her, welcoming her. She asked aloud where she was, and the entity replied that she was in its palace. The voice asked if she was ready to say goodbye, to which the girl begged for one last favor. "I don't want to leave yet. I need to take revenge on those who killed me." The being listened to her request with mocking laughter and joined the desperation and resentment of the young girl. After a moment of reflection, it agreed to grant her wish, but not without a price. Heather would be its minion, its eternal servant, immortal and condemned to obey its orders forever. Suddenly, the being snapped its fingers, and an unbearable pain was unleashed throughout Heather's body. She felt as if something was clinging to her arm and then stabbing her heart, her stomach, and her legs. She felt as though something new had fused with her very being. "It's time," said the voice, and suddenly it appeared before her. Before saying goodbye, it introduced itself. Its name was Zalgo. Then it touched her forehead and sent her back to the real world. Heather opened her eyes, surprised by the absence of pain and the fact that she could see again. With her hands, she touched the empty sockets where her eyes had been before. But somehow, she now possessed a vision beyond human, something supernatural. Her arm? She had regained it, though it didn't feel like before. Soon after, she had arrived at the Baker house. There were Marcus and his friends, laughing and looking at the cruel photos and videos of her torture. Suddenly, the three young men jumped, startled by a noise coming from the entrance. Heather turned into a vengeful creature, moved furiously as she pounced on them. The first to fall was one of Marcus' friends, who was shocked when he felt a gigantic black hand pass through his abdomen. In horror, he watched as his own insides were ripped out and fell to the ground. The young man screamed, but Heather, relentless, put an end to his agony by crushing his head with her foot. The scene left Marcus shaken as he realized that Heather, who they thought was dead, was there to kill them. The girl then lunged to his other friends, sinking her teeth into his shoulder and tearing off chunks of flesh. She mutilated his arms without difficulty, and finally, she tore out his eyes. She had left Marcus for last. He had the same expression of terror that Heather had a few hours ago. In desperation, he grabbed an axe and with all his strength cut off Heather's left arm. But to his horror, the girl's body no longer obeyed the laws of life and death. Heather mercilessly tortured him slowly. With a pair of scissors, she drew a half smile on the young man's cheeks, delighting in his cries of pain. She saw him cry, tremble, and beg, and finally, in one brutal move, ripped off her head. The room was covered in blood, and Heather, satisfied, burst into mad laughter. "I want more! I want more!" she shouted. Without thinking, she appeared at her friend Eva's house. In silence, she watched her sleep, raising the scissors with her intention of ending her life. "Goodbye, Eva." But at that moment, something stopped her. She saw the necklace her friend was wearing, and a wave of memories came flooding back to her. Suddenly, Eva woke up scared and saw Heather, although only for a moment. Believing it was a hallucination, the girl rubbed her eyes and her friend disappeared. Frightened that she had almost harmed her best friend, she escaped into the forest. She fell to her knees, sobbing and screaming in pain. She understood that there was no turning back. She crossed a line she couldn't undo. Vengeance had consumed her completely, and she was no more than a shadow of what she had once been. Later, Heather returned to Zalgo's presence. Her immortality would keep her trapped in the body of a girl, always young. Her parents, her friend Eva, all of them had remained in the past. She cut her hair and put a blindfold on her eyes. She was no longer Heather Parker. That girl was dead. The world would soon know who she was. Eyeless Heather.
We know you love horror stories, so today we bring you one that will definitely make you jump out of your seat. Antonio was a wax sculptor who would frequently spend long periods of time away from home. The previous year, his house was robbed many times, and since he had to leave again, Antonio asked his good friend Martin to spend a few days in his house. The first thing that caught Martin's attention was the size of the house and how cold it was.
It was far away from the city's downtown so that Antonio could have enough peace and quiet to do his work. Martin was impressed when he saw the big rooms where Antonio kept his finished pieces. But without a doubt, what impressed Martin the most was Antonio's workshop. Specifically, he noticed a figure covered with a white blanket, which seemed to be the sculpture of a man. All the other sculptures were exposed, so the covered one sparked his curiosity. However, since he didn't want to risk ruining his friend's work, he just left the covered sculpture alone. After walking around and familiarizing himself with what was going to be his house for a few days, Martin sat down to watch some TV. Tired, he went to bed shortly after. He fell asleep pretty quickly, but a noise at about 3 in the morning made him wake up abruptly. Still half asleep, he got up to see what was going on. Knowing about the house robberies his friend had suffered in the past, he thought that maybe burglars had gotten into the house again. The noises were coming from the workshop, so he quickly went to check it out. When he opened the door, he didn't see anybody, but he noticed something was different. The covered sculpture that had caught his attention was no longer there. He stopped to analyze for a moment if he actually saw it there or in a different place, and started to doubt. Scared, he went back to his room, trying to convince himself that the noise he heard came from the street or a neighbor. He didn't know the house perfectly well, so maybe he was missing some small detail. However, when he went back to the hallway, he found something completely unexpected. There it was, right in front of him, the sculpture covered in a blanket. How could it be? Who the heck put it there? He didn't remember seeing it when he went out of his room. Very scared, he grabbed the sculpture and took it back to the workshop. He locked the workshop door and scoured the entire house looking for anything strange. But everything was in its place and nothing seemed to be missing. He went back to bed feeling scared and perplexed. And after a while of thinking about what happened, he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already morning. He headed to the workshop, and when he got to the door, he was petrified in shock. The door was open. Somebody had definitely been there. He slammed the door shut and headed to the kitchen where he had left his laptop. He wanted to contact Antonio and tell him about what was happening. However, something stopped him in the hallway. There it was, once again, the covered sculpture. Martin felt true horror after seeing that, and with whatever he was wearing, rushed out of the house. However, after being outside of the house for the entire day, he decided he had to go back to verify that everything was in order, and let his friend Antonio know about what was happening. When he came back, he didn't find the covered sculpture anywhere. It was gone. Not sure if it was burglars or something more strange, Martin grabbed his computer and called Antonio. Through a video call, Martin told him all about what happened and also told him he was very scared. Antonio asked Martin to calm down, but also told him that he never covered his sculptures with blankets, that he always left them uncovered. And suddenly, Antonio stopped speaking. Martin saw in Antonio's panicked expression that something bad was going on. And suddenly, Antonio asked, "What's that behind you? There's a blanket." Martin turned around and there it was again, the covered sculpture just a few meters from him. While Antonio kept calling and calling his friend, Martin armed himself with courage and uncovered the sculpture. In that instant, Antonio heard a deafening screech from the other side of his computer and the call was disconnected. Very scared, the artist returned to his house as fast as he could. When he arrived, he didn't find Martin anywhere. But the workshop still had the same sculpture covered with a white blanket. He uncovered the sculpture and was never able to forget what he saw. It was a wax sculpture of his friend with an expression of true horror, with its eyes widened out, and there were blood stains everywhere. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rose. I haven't said anything for the longest time, fearing others would brand me as a lunatic, but I can't stay silent anymore. I was born in a humble family, but with a lot of effort, I went to university and graduated. This allowed me to get a good job, and I met my husband during my career. And from the moment we started our relationship, we decided to save up for when we formed a family. So we spent a few years working hard and cutting expenses as much as possible, living frugally and without luxuries. We rented a single-room apartment because it was pretty cheap and we didn't need anything bigger. And once we thought we were ready, we decided to take the next step. And I got pregnant. I remember very vividly the happiness we felt after hearing the news. I couldn't contain the tears of joy. Bliss invaded me and I imagined everything would be perfect. 9 months later, our daughter was born and we named her Clara. And since we had saved so much and spent so little, we had enough money in the bank to buy our dream house. In a slightly remote neighborhood, we found a pretty big house. It had 3 floors and a front yard. And due to that last detail, we also considered adopting a dog. But that would be way too many changes at once, so we decided to wait. Another thing is that the house itself had been pretty cheap too. This is because we would need to invest in various renovations which were not included in the price. And once we made a complete budget, we realized the renovations wouldn't be that expensive either. It was pretty much a bargain. So we lived a couple more months in the apartment while the workers did the renovations, and it was a true hell since Clara wouldn't stop crying. Spending 24 hours in such a reduced space with our new daughter was simply terrible. Fortunately, the renovations were finished at the stipulated date, and we had so few pieces of furniture that we finished moving in just 2 days. We didn't even need to hire a moving company. Now, the last thing we needed to do was clean up the attic. And after cleaning out a huge layer of dust in there, I saw something in the corner. It was a photograph, maybe from the previous owners of the house, and just like our family, their family had 3 members. The parents and a little girl who looked so cute and beautiful. That girl really caught my attention. Even though the photograph was in black and white, you could still distinguish her light-colored eyes and blonde hair. She was so pretty that she looked like a doll. She must have been about 10 years old, and I was enamored with her little dress. And then time passed surprisingly quickly. Clara grew up and was now going to school. As I mentioned, we lived in a slightly remote place, and so my husband and I would take turns each morning to take her to school. Then one night, Clara went into her bedroom to wake us up. "Mom, Dad, I made a new friend." Although she asked me not to tell you her name because she gets embarrassed. And she says you can't see her because you are grown-ups. Oh, and she told me she has been living here for a long time. We were so tired that we just ignored Clara's story, although then she got in between us and covered herself with a blanket, saying she wasn't very tired. And once I was about to fall asleep, she whispered in my ear, "Her name is Amanda." The next morning, as we were eating breakfast, Clara explained to us what was going on with her new friend. She said that Amanda had been living in that house before us and that she saw the 3 of us being so happy that she decided to approach Clara to be friends. My husband and I just ate our breakfast and nodded our heads as if we were believing her. Clara would then spend entire afternoons in the garden saying she was playing with Amanda. We had no problem with her being entertained easily, especially since we were both so busy working. However, one day we heard her talking alone in her room, which started to get us worried. My husband got especially worried, thinking that maybe our daughter was becoming crazy. I calmed him down, reminding him that almost all children develop imaginary friends. Moreover, her friends at school lived very far away from us, so she had to find a way to have fun somehow. However, he could no longer stand hearing the name Amanda anymore. And so we decided to finally adopt a dog so that Clara would get some responsibility and get a little bit more mature, and it worked. Everything was normal for a while until a couple of months ago when Clara came to us in the middle of the night, crying. She said that she saw Amanda again and had a fight with her. It seems that Amanda was jealous of Clara spending so much time with her new pet and feared being left behind. 2 days later, I heard Clara scream. I rushed to her room and saw that she had a wound on her arm. She said that Amanda had done that to her during another fight. It made no sense. And for the first time, I asked her what Amanda looked like physically. She told me that she was blonde, with light-colored eyes, and was always wearing a dress. I remember the photograph I found in the attic. I didn't throw it away, so I must have stored it somewhere. And once I found it, I showed it to Clara. She looked at it and nodded her head. That was Amanda. I asked Clara if she was completely sure, and she confirmed that she was. I then told my husband, and he didn't believe me. According to him, both Clara and I were becoming crazy, and until he saw that Amanda girl with his own eyes, he would never believe she actually existed. He also said that Clara wounded herself just to fish for attention because we had spoiled her over the years. That same afternoon, while cleaning my room, Clara came to me and said, "Mom, Amanda says she's thirsty." Not knowing how to respond, I told her to go to the kitchen and serve her a glass of water. However, she looked to her side and shook her head. "No, she says she doesn't want water." I asked her what did she want then. "Well, we have soda, juice boxes, or you can make her a smoothie. You can give her whatever she wants. She's your friend." But once more, Clara shook her head. "She says she's thirsty for blood." We then heard barking downstairs, and a brief silence, and then a piercing, heart-wrenching sound. I rushed downstairs and found my husband holding the body of her dog in his hands. But only the body, since the head was torn out and thrown on the floor. He looked at me crying and swore to me that he didn't do it. He heard the dog bark, went to see what was happening, and witnessed how, with no explanation, the dog's head was torn out of his body. I then told him what Clara had just told me moments before. We decided we couldn't keep living in that house anymore, so we packed our things. I called my mother, telling her that we would spend the night at her place and would explain what was going on once we were there. We were ready to leave, and all that was left was for Clara to come downstairs. But suddenly, we detected a slight smell of something burning. The smell gradually got stronger, and we saw the reflection of flames on the stairs. We couldn't believe what was happening. My husband then reacted and rushed upstairs to get Clara. He came back a few minutes later. His body had several burns, and Clara was unconscious in his arms. And as soon as he left her on the stairs, he passed out. I dragged both of them to the garden and called the fire department. Clara woke up shortly after, but my husband was hospitalized due to his severe burns. He was in a coma, and his vital organs were barely working. The fire and smoke he had inhaled had burned his lungs. He passed away a few days later after having saved her daughter. The house was reduced to ashes, and after cleaning out the terrain, all that could be saved was a fragment of a photograph.
Today we bring you a story that took place in 1975. So prepare yourselves, because we bet you'll enjoy this tale. One day, a single mother and her 12-year-old daughter Eli were invited to a party at her grandparents' house. They were celebrating 40 years of marriage, and although their relationship with their daughter was pretty rocky, they still wanted to share such a special day with her and Eli. However, at the last minute, the mother decided to just leave Eli at the party and then go away. She didn't want to be there and had a lot of work to do. After the party, Eli's grandparents drove her to her house. However, they noticed something strange at the entrance, so they asked their granddaughter to wait in the car. Unfortunately, Eli decided to follow them into the house silently, without them noticing. What they found was absolutely horrifying. As soon as the grandma crossed the doorstep, she let out a terrifying scream. Her daughter was on the floor, dead, with an expression of true horror on her face. There was a note next to the body, which said, "Don't you dare answer them." Little Eli was frozen in shock, observing the body of her mother for the last time. The case was closed due to a lack of evidence of aggression, and the police declared it as a natural death. Eli then moved in with her grandparents, who took custody of her to raise her and give her love. They lived in an old military residential area. They hardly had any neighbors left, but they loved it there, precisely because of the peace and quiet of the place. Years passed. Eli grew up, and her grandparents would leave her alone in the house every now and then. One of those times, she was in the living room watching TV, when out of the blue she heard someone call her name. Elizabeth. Her first reaction was to turn around to see who was calling her, but then she remembered that she was alone and thought that maybe it had been just the product of her imagination. Eli decided to go to bed, as her grandparents would be back soon. However, she once again heard someone calling her name. She thought that maybe her grandparents had arrived. "Yes, Grandma," she said. Nobody responded, so Eli insisted. When she received no response, she went downstairs to see if her grandparents had come back. But no, the house was completely empty. That made her feel very nervous, so she locked herself in her grandparents' room and grabbed a bat. Eli couldn't stop thinking about the day her mother died. Then, that voice called her yet again, and she would respond, but nobody would answer back. Eli was terrified, and all of a sudden, she heard the steps of someone running towards the room. She froze in place when she saw the door opening slowly. But then, nothing else happened. Eli decided to get up and look at the hallway. When she didn't see anybody there, she started to cry, frustrated at everything that was happening. She then grabbed her mobile phone and tried to call her grandparents, but the phone had no signal. It was all like a nightmare, and when she still had the phone on her ear, she heard the same voice through it. Elizabeth. She threw her phone as far away as she could and rushed to her room to get under her bed sheets, feeling extremely scared. But then she heard how someone was unlocking the front door and also heard someone yelling her name again. She thought she was saved and ran downstairs looking for her grandparents, but to her shock, nobody was there. Eli felt lost, puzzled, and scared. She started crying again as she went back upstairs, desperate for that nightmare to end once and for all. But when she arrived, her grandma was right there, or so she thought. When Eli looked at her more closely, she realized something was wrong. Those eyes were filled with hate and didn't look at all like her grandma's loving eyes. That wasn't Eli's grandma, but who was that then? The strange figure then proceeded to say, "Don't you dare answer us." That phrase brought horrible memories to Eli, and suddenly the lights turned off and she felt like everything around her was moving. That figure got closer until it grabbed Eli's feet. She thought that was her end, but suddenly she heard someone running up the stairs, and then her real grandma entered the room. That strange figure immediately vanished, and Eli and her grandma hugged. Eli's grandma explained that the figure was an evil spirit which takes advantage of people who answer its call, that Eli's mother was a victim of that evil being, and that the spirit cannot do anything when faced by the person it stole the shape from. Eli's grandma had saved her, and Eli would always remember to never, ever respond to them.
It was her first day at her new school. She walked through the front door with 1,000 eyes on her back, but she was sure of herself, so she stomped down the long hallway to her classroom. Helena had moved to town that summer. Her father was a bank manager, and after a readjustment in his company, he had been assigned a job 230 kilometers from home. In general, the move had not gone down well with the family, who had lived in the same house for more than 20 years. Helena, on the other hand, was happy. She liked a challenge. It was her last year of high school, and she would have to work twice as hard to get good grades. And she was sure she would. She wanted to be a computer engineer to create video games. That was her other great passion. That's why she walked into class so determined. She was sure of herself and wasn't afraid of anything. Her classmates were watching her and whispering, but she expected that. So she went in, sat in the front row, and waited patiently for the teacher to enter. They all knew each other. The town was small, so most of them had been studying together all their lives. So shortly after the teacher began, she asked Helena to introduce herself. She, without hesitation, stood up, said her name, and explained the reason for her transfer. After that, the teacher started the class immediately. At first, no classmate approached her. She wasn't worried, but she got bored during breaks, so she tried to approach a couple of girls who seemed nice to her. They were friendly and answered her questions, but when they saw an opportunity, they ran away. So she began to spend her breaks in the computer classroom. There, she found a sort of a quiet place where she could have fun with her video games or study. No one bothered her. As the days went by, her routine became established. Her classmates were still not integrating her, but she already had her usual friends and now she had found a hobby for the dead hours, so she didn't care. It was strange to her that despite being very well equipped, practically no one went to that classroom. Some classmates came to print out papers, but they were never there for more than 5 or 10 minutes. She wanted to ask them, but since none of them came to her, she decided not to. One afternoon, while she was playing Minecraft, she thought she saw 2 girls reflected on the screen who seemed to be at the back of the class. She turned quickly but saw no one and regretted having lost her attention. She had lost the game. But history repeated itself over the next few days. If it wasn't the screen, it was her hand mirror. If it wasn't the mirror, it was a crystal. Those 2 girls appeared constantly. They were so alike that Helena immediately deduced that they were twins. But was it just her imagination? She had never believed in anything paranormal, but she was starting to get scared. It had been several days of believing she was seeing the same thing. That threw her off her studies. She couldn't sleep and needed to find answers. She wanted to approach some of her classmates, but as soon as she mentioned the subject, they left and did not answer her questions. She also stopped going to the computer classroom, spending her break sitting on a bench in the courtyard. When she stopped going there, she also stopped seeing those 2 girls for a few days. But the nightmare was not over. One night, she dreamt that she was washing her face in the bathroom and they appeared in the mirror. With hardly any time to react, one of them grabbed her hands and set her on fire in the curtains. They were killing her. But just at the last moment, she woke up and realized that it was just a dream. That night, she could not sleep anymore. She was afraid to close her eyes and see them again. Her parents started to worry. She had dark circles under her eyes, she was always sad, and her grades were dropping. She decided she couldn't go on like that, so she started to investigate tragic events with twins. And without much effort, she found them. On the second webpage she consulted, she recognized them. It was them, the same ones she had seen in that classroom. The news said that they had died in a fire at the school 70 years ago. The case was relatively recent, and although at the time she knew who they were, she did not understand why she could see them. Finding that answer took more time. And the weeks were really complicated. The twins had crept into her dreams. She could no longer sleep or do anything else. There was a rumor at school that she was possessed, and her classmates stayed away from her as if she had the plague. And since the town was small, it didn't take long for the priest to appear. He showed up one night at her house, telling her parents that Helena needed an exorcism, or else she would die. He told her that she had invaded the space of 2 souls and now they wanted her dead. Her parents kicked him out, but deep down they did not know what to make of what was happening to her. They visited several psychologists and psychiatrists, but none of them worked. And things were getting worse as Helena did not sleep. She began to have hallucinations. The few times she closed her eyes, she did really strange things. She would walk around the house saying strange things, lie down on the floor, or break different objects. She was totally desperate, so she decided to go back to that classroom. She took advantage of the end of classes to sneak back in. She sat down in a chair and waited to see them again. It didn't take long for them to show up. And then she faced them. She asked them what they wanted from her, why they were following her. But no one answered. And suddenly she started to smell something burning. She looked sideways and one of the computers was smoking. Soon the flames started. She felt very scared, so she quickly went to the door to call for help. But she couldn't even get it open. It was completely blocked. The smoke soon began to flood everything and she was slowly losing consciousness. She fainted as she heard the fire alarm. Firefighters managed to rescue her with major burns over 50% of her body. No one could explain the cause of the fire, although in reality, everyone knew what had happened. Helena managed to recover from her physical injuries, but never from the psychological ones. She stopped seeing the twins, but her parents left town and the computer classroom was closed forever. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it. And if you want to see more Draw My Life videos, subscribe to our channel. See you in the next episode!